Cool. All right, back to the show. To start off our night, our incredible night, we have very own UMD Entouraas.
It's the final competition of the season, and 8 teams have come to Las Vegas and College Park, Maryland. And what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas, and a lot is on the line as we approach the ending of the Raas All-Star season, and we look towards Raas All-Stars. Masti is back after the break from the pandemic. RAGA won it last time out there. Here tonight, they also won it the last 3 out of 4 times. And they're gonna try and repeat that. UConn broke that streak, and beyond them, 5 of the teams here are performing for the first time on the Masti stage, trying to make an impact. On to the show order. Michigan Wolveraas, BU Fatakada, and UF Gatoraas, 2 of those 3 teams with everything to play for tonight, looking for a Raas All-Star spot, and UCB Raas Ramzat closing out the first half. Rutgers, UCTR, Ramblin Raas, all the way through to Raas All-Stars, and UCF, the golden boy of the competition, 5 points and just 1 placing away from their first ever Raas All-Stars appearance. Hello and welcome to Maryland Masti 16 here in College Park, Maryland. Shaakir, joined by Parth here, former UF captain, also has judged a couple of times this year. Parth, how are you doing tonight?
I'm doing fantastic. You know, it's been a great weekend so far. I'm excited to see the show, excited to see UF Gatoraas perform. A lot of seniors on that team. They're going to come out and show everyone what they got. A lot of teams out here, you know, just excited to watch everyone. It's going to be a really, really good show today.
So you're here, are you secretly, I mean, you're here as an alum from UF. Are you here secretly repping UF? How secret is it, should I ask?
Oh, it's not secret at all. I literally saw them at the hotel yesterday.
You know
Not secret
what
at
you're
all.
here for.
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm here for a good show, man. A lot of us alum are out here supporting. It's their last comp of the season, man. You got to come out if you got some free time.
Well, there is a lot on the line here. As we said, 3 teams are already through. UMD performing Exhbition and host is one of them. And 3 teams looking for a chance to potentially score here and book their way in. We'll turn it over to UMD for this one. And when we come back, we'll jump into all the nitty-gritty with the 8 teams competing tonight.
काशी में आइलू छोड़ी के लखनऊ, काशी में आइलू छोड़ी के लखनऊ, कैदा बिहारों पर नजरिया, आजा हमारा भगवा बजरिया हो, आजा भगवा बजरिया। काशी में आइलू छोड़ी के लखनऊ, काशी में आइलू छोड़ी के लखनऊ, कैदा बिहारों पर नजरिया, आजा हमारा भगवा बजरिया हो, आजा हमारा भगवा बजरिया।
देखो जरा देखो चांद भी है आया झूमने, आया मस्ती में गोल गोल घूमने की, आज झट है रंगत है सखियों की संगत है, मन में हरख न मायो जल से की आई रात है, रंगीला मारा नाच, रंगीला मारा नाच, समीर गाए साथ में, रंगीला मारा नाच, रंगीला मारा नाच में, रंगीला मारा
हालो वनराते वननी माय वगैरे रुडी वासलडी, चोरी लीधी मारी नींदरडीए ने, चोरी लीधी मारी नींदरडीए ने, लई दरिया माना की बांधी ने घासलडी। हालो वनराते वननी माय वगैरे रुडी वासलडी।
कालिका माई तेरी जय हो कालिका माई, जिसके अंग संग रही कालिका, जिसके अंग संग रही कालिका, मौत न उसने खाई।
Sudden death.
That would certainly help, I guess.
Yeah. That would help.
UFD in the books. They had some good jeans on, some of them.
Oh my God, bro. Could not be me. I don't know how they do that.
Yeah, it's a tough thing to do. Okay, well, 8 teams here. Now we get to the meat of it. UFD, by the way, already through to Raas
Yes, sir.
Ramzat, so congratulations to them. 7 points on the season. But There we go. This is what happens. There's a lot, too many controls here all at one time, but here we go. So, 20 teams, by the way, Parth, have scored bid points this season.
Yep.
You've already looked at the screen. But that's the highest of all time.
That's insane. That is amazing to see this season. Amazing from the teams, man.
You got to go back 8 years to get even remotely close. So from 14 last year to now 20 teams scoring points, what does that say to you about the season? Besides the fact that we added 2 big competitions.
That means the competition is a lot closer this year than previous years. It's been amazing to watch teams just progress throughout the past couple of years to the point they are today. Amazing to see the talent that teams have brought into this season. And honestly, it's just been awesome to see the circuit progress and watch dancers dance, man. They just love to dance.
It's amazing. And more teams are adding themselves into the mix every single day. So really, really nice, I guess, to see all of that happening. 20 teams placing. It's just going to be more and more from here, especially on the bounce back from COVID when you think about it. So 7 teams are through to Ross All-Stars. UT Austin, DSD, of course, Georgia Tech, UConn, both here tonight. UT Dallas, Purdue, RAGA, also here tonight. And Maryland, who we just saw Exhbition.
Yeah.
There's 2 spots left.
Yeah, man.
Between 5 teams. And 3 of them are here tonight.
Yes, sir.
So should we break it down?
Yeah, sure. Go for it.
Here. This is where it gets a little confusing here, right?
Yeah.
So Northeastern Knightraas, 6 points.
Yep.
You would think, hey, that's more than UCF, CMU, UF, Michigan. How come they're not through? Because if UCF plays at all, then, well, if UCF plays at all, they take spot number 8.
Yep.
Then you have UF and Michigan. If those 2 teams win, that could knock Northeastern right off of its pallet.
Insane how many statistics are going into this, man. Riding on this last comp of the season. This is a big one we got today, man. It's insane.
All right, so we do get to open up our show with a team that's trying to make their way through. Michigan Wolveraas, they have to win tonight to secure their first ever Ross All-Stars appearance.
It's going to be amazing. Last comp of the season. It's going to be exciting to see what changes they have brought all the way from all throughout the season. What they've been improving every single comp. Let's see what they can bring today. I think it's going to be a really, really good show. Watching Wolveraas. They got a similar team to UMD as well. It's going to be really cool to see what kind of differences they got as well.
Yeah, not just improving comp to comp, but also season to season. They've scored multiple bid points in every single year.
Insane.
Which is such a big ask to have. Finished 9th last year, so they just missed out on the Ross All-Stars spot this year. And knowing that if they win first place here, which they've never done as a program, they could go to Ross All-Stars again. You don't want to miss out on it twice.
Yeah, man, it's things happen every year. Whatever, the cards are played out how they do, but there's no doubt Wolveraas can dance. There is no doubt in that. So it's gonna be insane to see what they can bring, what they can produce on stage today.
It should be a good time. Their intro video just played. We'll show the intro video, and then we'll head to them on stage.
Look, it's an arcade.
Let's go play.
Trying to be like a pizza, you heard?
Yes.
You know it's this. Take a perk and talk it, that's it. Money swallowed like sis. They done perfecting a kid. Got a Billy Mosaic on my head. Got a big bad put up the road I just spent. I know we got $1 million. The devil, that shit ain't not cheap.
turn me up. Brody, turn me up. One more.
Let's cash in our tickets.
Oh no, a space invader! Dance Dance Revolution.
Show me what you got.
Front, side, back, together. Jom rahiye, garu bana jom rahiye. Jom rahiye, garu bana jom rahiye. Kuwane koth jar, kuwane koth jar. Ha duriya ya bhool gaya le pani, oya le pani. Garuana, garuana. Garuana jom rahiye, garuana jom rahiye.
Michigan Wolveraas, their first performance, or their final performance potentially, if they have it their way, of course, not their final performance of the season. Yeah, I mean, what a way to do it. Joined now on the desk, by the way. Oh, we'll move over a little bit to the side.
Sure.
Listen, we're making adjustments on the fly. Now Shaakir from VCU, multi-year dancer. We had Parthon earlier. Parth and you guys met at BKB.
Yeah, actually,
Didn't
I
like
met
the way he judged him, so he kicked him off the live stream.
Parth was actually one of our judges at BKB. I met him that night at after party.
Nice guy, man.
Yeah, definitely.
Glad
It's really
to have
cool.
him on.
Yeah, man, I'm glad to be here as well.
Nice. Well, it's glad to have you. How are you doing today, man?
I'm great, man. Like, super excited to be at Masti, see this lineup. It's really fun.
You and I just watched Michigan out there. They need the first place to win. They're coming in. Young team, really strong seasons year after year. What was your overall take about that set there?
Yeah, I mean, like you mentioned, they're still alive in this, right? I mean, they can get first. They could, right?
First to go
So
away.
it's really cool to see so many teams like them that are young and alive. And like I think you mentioned earlier, a lot of teams have bid points this year, but the most ever to have at
20
least
teams
one.
have bid points this year, yeah.
I mean, the
More than
circuit's
anything.
growing.
It's a good time to get into it and to watch it and to be a fan of the circuit.
Yeah, and this
But-
performance was amazing.
Well, Michigan Wolveraas, a very new team. Our next team up is a very old team, actually one of the oldest in the entire circuit. It's BU Fatakada, 14th season as an organization. Isn't that wild?
Yeah, that's basically as old as RAS itself.
Yeah. I mean, only, what is it, RAGA, GW, and UMD are the only other teams with as many years. This is in like a streak fashion. So some teams have been there from the beginning and then they went away for a couple years. BU has competed at a big competition every year for 14 years.
That's so long. I mean, 14 years ago is like, I think I was like 5.
Have you done anything for 14 years?
No.
Breathe, maybe?
Yeah,
Just-
breathe.
no,
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
it.
Yeah.
Have you eaten for 14 years? I don't know. You get like baby food when you're a kid.
Oh, okay. I think I was still like 8.
All right, maybe. But they're still hunting for their first points since 2018. And get this, they won the first ever Ross All-Stars.
I didn't
way
know that.
back
That's
in
actually really cool.
2009. That's a fun fact, right?
Yeah.
Hey, man, everything starts in Boston. The country starts in Boston.
The East
with
Coast.
The Tea Party.
The Boston Tea Party.
I don't know. But now we get to Boston here.
Yeah, I'm super excited. I think I saw them earlier this year on the live stream. I think their theme is Home Alone.
Home Alone,
Yeah.
which is a really unique theme.
Yeah, it was one of my favorite movies growing up as well.
One of the best Christmas movies.
Yeah.
Really. So I'm excited to see how they kind of incorporate all of that in. So let's go to the intro video, and we'll be right back.
You're taking a trip to Paris.
Yes, we hope to leave tomorrow morning.
Excellent.
Last summer, and both of his kids are still going to school here, and I guess he missed the whole family. He's giving us... There are 15 people in this house. You're the only one who has to make trouble.
I didn't want to see you again for the rest of my whole life.
Then say it again. Maybe it'll happen.
I hope I never see any of you jerks again. I wish they would all just disappear.
All right, BU intro video done. Now prepping their props to get on stage. This is something that I guess they're used to.
Yeah, I mean, Raas prop setups, we all know about them.
What's the, so you guys, you obviously VCU, 5 points, fantastic season this year. Aladdin theme, what was the biggest nightmare with props?
I guess the biggest nightmare with props is just like traveling with them, I think. Like, we only had one flying comp, and the other two were driving comps, right? So we're used to applying them in the back of a van. But when it comes to flying, you have to like prepare the check-in bags, and that itself is a hassle, I'd say.
Yeah, ran into UF Gatoraas, the next team. Ran into some of them at the airport. I actually drove to the airport to here with some of those people, and just bags of props, man.
Yeah, I mean, I'm glad my team invested in those golf bags. I think that really changed how we did props.
I'm lucky that when I danced, we drove everywhere, so I never had to deal with that headache.
You were on VT the Mall, right?
I was on VT
yeah.
the Mall.
They
way
still
back
do that.
when. They do still drive everywhere. Yeah, I guess they don't listen. Flying's it's a big. You got to go through. You got to get golf bags, bubble wrap everything.
I mean, I think the other issue with flying is like Blacksburg is pretty hard to fly out of.
Blacksburg is
like,
hard to fly out of. Yeah, it's like an hour, 45 minutes to the nearest airport, and that's Roanoke Airport, which doesn't fly anywhere.
Yeah, I mean, we actually went to BKB and like we met a lot of flying teams there. Like they were telling us how they got there, and I mean, I think one team said they flew into BWI, which is actually close here to Masti.
That's the airport I flew into to get here.
And they took a 7-hour like train ride to get to Blacksburg. And meanwhile, we were sitting there like, yeah, we drove 3 hours.
No
like,
big deal.
Yeah.
Nice scenic drive, mountains, trees, beautiful.
Yeah, exactly.
Their props are almost done, but on the topic of long distances, not this team, but I'm gonna jump the gun a little bit. The fourth team, UCB Raas Ramzat, 2,800 miles away. Their flights landed here at 5 a.m. yesterday morning. So.
Yesterday morning.
And they're West Coast, so they would have had to leave Thursday night.
They probably took like overnight, like 11 p.m. to.
Something like that. But talked to some of them. They were pretty exhausted yesterday. Hopefully they're rested up for today.
I guess they had a day to rest up.
Yeah. Well, Boston, luckily for them, they didn't have to make that long flight. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, it makes it pretty easy. By the way, I keep looking over my shoulder here to peek up at the stage. We're in the lighting booth, actually. Not even the lighting booth, like the lighting balcony almost. And we have all the lights. You can see the back row camera there behind me.
The spotlights, the colors.
Yeah, we get a nice overhead shot of the whole thing when we turn around here.
We actually have to take a ladder to get up here.
It was nice, right?
Yeah.
It's a good thing you weren't. I was kind of afraid, like, if I had someone here who was dancing and they're like, oh man, I'm injured. I can't climb up the ladder. Or something.
Ooh, they would not be able to get up here.
So that was a big concern of mine. Looks like they're ready to go. We'll hand it back to them, and we'll see you guys after BU.
Super excited to see them.
Out of all the reindeers, you know you're the mastermind. Run, run, Rudolph. Randolph ain't too far behind. Run, run, Rudolph. Santa's gotta make it to town. Santa make him hurry, tell
disappear.
Pass this to Kevin.
Pass this to Kevin. Pass this to Kevin. Kevin's not here. Kevin's not here. Kevin's not here.
Kevin's not here. Number 664 will be going on right about now.
Christmas, you filthy animal.
जशन गाजे मावड़ी आविने उभालो चंडी चामुंडा आओ सिंहे चढ़ी रे जशन गाजे मावड़ी आविने उभालो चंडी चामुंडा आओ सिंहे चढ़ी रे हाँ नवला आव्या नोरता शणगार्यो चाचर चौक चंडी चामुंडा आओ सिंहे चढ़ी रे नवला आव्या नोरता शणगार्यो चाचर चौक चंडी चामुंडा आओ सिंहे चढ़ी रे एड़ो लगाड़ी आल्या हालो मुंबई मोटू शहर तारा भी जोगे जीव मारे जीव कर खाशे है अल्या जाजू ना बोल जे दाजे रे बलडू भमरिया रे लाल भमरिया रे लाल भमरिया
Mom? Mom!
That was BU Fatakada.
Man, they really brought the fireworks today.
Yeah, bringing in the Home Alone spirit, the Christmas spirit.
Man, still one of my favorite movies.
All time. I think towards the end of the season, it's nice to get a little bit of that Christmas cheer, and to get a little bit of that festivities up in here like that.
Yeah, I mean, Christmas is the final, basically the final holiday of the year. This is the final comp of the season, right?
This is like the Christmas in the Raas.
Exactly.
The Raas season, right?
Masti is the Christmas.
Look at that. We were right there on the same page the whole time. All right, the next team, they are not just hoping for Christmas. They are hoping for presents under the tree, presents in the stocking. UF Gatoraas in third, 2 points on the season, and a first place here could have them move up into a final RAS spot and make their third appearance.
I'm sure they're hoping for it.
Yeah, I mean, you got to be. The unfortunate thing for me when I look at this is that there is no world where University of Florida and University of Central Florida, who are performing 8th tonight, both the Florida teams in the circuit, there is no world this year where both of them go to Raas All-Stars.
That's true. I mean, it's either them or them, right?
Yeah,
and
it's one or the other. You or me.
Exactly, right? But it's really cool to see that they're both still fighting for it. The last comp this season, and so many teams are still alive.
It's everything to play for here.
Exactly.
Not just the 3 teams that are here, but also Northeastern Entouraas are kind of waiting on these results. CMU aren't here. They're waiting on the results of this competition. So it's pretty interesting to watch it from that perspective.
Yeah, I'm sure a lot of teams are watching right now. Actually, I competed last week against Gatoraas at A-Town.
Yeah.
And their set is so fun to watch. The Hunger Games theme, super cool.
It's unique. I feel like when I heard that, I hadn't seen, I hadn't seen another set that was similar to that, really.
Yeah, I mean, especially like with movie themes, like sometimes you're like, oh, like how are they gonna like depict the movie through the theme? But they picked really like cool moments to show, and for like at least from what I saw live last week.
Yeah.
That whole, well, I mean, we haven't seen it yet, so maybe I'll save this for after. But
maybe they made a bunch of changes, you know?
Yeah, it's true. I mean, I just remember one thing last time, like where the I think there was like one person in the middle with like wings, and like it's like the phoenix sort of.
Right.
And then the whole like team moves with the phoenix, and it looks really cool, like dancing like a team.
I'm looking forward to seeing that. Okay, without spoiling anything about the set, is it just based off the first movie, or do they go into, or I guess the first book, or do they go into books 2 and 3? How well is your Hunger Games?
Okay, I kind of read the books and watched the movies pretty long ago.
It's been a while.
But I feel like it's only relevant to like the first and second one.
Okay.
From what I remember.
The first one's the only one that's that I remember being any good, really.
No, I thought the second one was pretty good too. Yeah.
Hey, listen, it's been a long time, so no shade to them. This is also the end of a triple header for them. 3 weekends back to back to back. Double headers themselves are brutal. How tiring is a triple header going to be, especially when there's so much to play for here at this one?
Yeah, 3 straight comp weeks. I mean, I don't know how they're sleeping.
Yeah,
yeah.
It's not possible.
But props to them.
Yeah, I've got to give props to them, honestly. But, I mean, I was talking to 2 of the UF members on the drive to Masti from the airport, and I asked them if first place and making it to RAS was, like, if that was a conversation they had as a team, or if all 3 of these comps they were just taking, you know, kind of one step at a time, 1 year at a, or, you know, one step at a time, one comp at a time, not really looking forward. And they said they were taking it one comp at a time. They weren't really looking at RAS.
I think that's true for pretty much any team. Like, I'm sure they know the math behind it all, right? I'm sure they're thinking about it in the back of their head. But every team, every captain, every dancer is just looking at it one comp at a time. What do we do on the stage today?
I think the last thing you want to do is, like, get bogged down and get in your head.
Right,
that
yeah.
I need to have the best performance to make it the Ross All-Stars, because when you're preoccupied with that, at least in my experience, I always felt like when I was preoccupied with placing or anything like that, then I wasn't able to give 100% out there on the stage.
I would say the best way to look at it is just how can I be the best today, tonight at this show?
I think, and ultimately, as long as you can get off the stage and say that you put everything, you left everything out there, that's all that matters. I mean, the results are whatever the results are going to be at that point. That's out of your control, but
I totally agree.
That's this is inspirational right here. I want teams to reference this specifically next year and be like, look, Shaakir and Saga were saying it on the live stream. Give it all out there. Don't leave anything to, you know, don't leave anything to chance. Just give your 100% and then take the results as it is.
I would hope this is a part of every pre-show pep talk with every team.
Yeah.
I'm sure it is.
I can imagine them in the locker room. You know, one day when Ross gets big enough to where every team gets a locker room, you have the captain walking around in a circle.
The locker room is pushing it.
Maybe.
A holding room, though. I'm pretty grateful for a holding room.
You'll take a room.
Yeah.
Props at this venue, you said. You saw, I mean, they've got U-Haul trucks outside.
Yeah, no, I'm glad they accommodated it. I mean, they prepared for the weather.
Yeah, prepared for, you know, you got to work around what's given to you, and that comes with it. I mean, you guys, you were RCR director. You had challenges like that as well at the National down in Richmond.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, a lot of these venues, like including ours as well as theirs, are pretty small, and you have to accommodate the props, right? And every comp has their own way of doing it, but the important thing is to do it, or like to figure it out.
UF Gatoraas almost done here with prop setup. We'll head to their intro video. They've placed at 2 of 4 competitions this season, but they need to win here tonight.
I volunteer as tribute.
UF Gatoraas with it all to play for. First place here, they can take it all the way to Ross All-Stars.
As they would say, may the odds ever be in their favor.
Oh, that was good. That was good. Did you think of that ahead of time, or did you come up with that on the spot?
Like 5 seconds ago.
5 seconds ago.
Yeah.
Hey, man, credit where it's due. Look at that. Former director right here, right? So.
Yeah, former. Keyword.
Yeah. Hey, you left it all out there on the stage. You know, that's all you can ask for.
Exactly.
But, yeah, I mean, the way it works for them is they currently have 2 points. If they win here with 4 points, they have 6. Northeastern have 6, so as long as UCF don't place, they're through in that 9th spot.
can't really double check that math right now, but I'm gonna take your word for it.
2 + 4. Do it right now.
6.
There you go. Type in the chat. Let me know what you think 2 + 4 is, and you can go ahead and fact check the both of us. It looks like they're getting ready to start here, so
Wrong
we'll
answers
switch it
only.
over. UF Gatoraas.
Now, the time has come for us to select one man and woman for the honor of representing District 12 in the 74th Annual Hunger Games. Peter Malark, Primrose Everdeen. I volunteer as tribute. I believe we have a volunteer. Let's have a big hand for our very first volunteer. Happy Hunger Games. And may the odds be ever in your favor.
From District 12, you know her as the girl on fire!
one victor may be crowned.
UF alum are here in full force. The Bobo Bo chants roaring through the arena right after UF finished their set.
Man, I love hearing the team chants right after the performance. It's one of the best parts. You know they're all super gassed, yet they all still yell and show all their energy for it.
You gotta show the love to the crowd.
Exactly.
I mean, it's just a recharge button, right, when you hear that crowd roar.
Yeah, it gives you some energy right at the end.
It's weird almost that UF is, you know, so far away, and yet in a way it was almost like a home comp with how many alum are here watching them.
Hey, sometimes when you're in the DC area, everything feels like a home comp.
That's true. A lot of people come up to this area. UF, they need the win here. Michigan needs to win here. We saw them earlier tonight. A lot on the line for both of those two teams. I think it's fair to say that they gave it everything.
Yeah, they did. I mean, that was a phenomenal performance. I know I saw that first part in the first song.
We pointed
Phoenix.
it out.
Yeah.
You were like, there it is.
Yep. I was super excited to see it again.
And it looked very nice.
Yeah, I mean, I think like sometimes you hear people talking about dance as a team, and like that's like people interpreted that as like being clean, but sometimes like having that choreo where like the whole team looks like one unit. Like when they do their individual videos as a team, like by themselves, they probably look like kind of random doing that one angle. But when you see it put together, it looks really cool.
Yeah.
And I think that's what dancing as a team is.
I really like the way you said that. Yeah, it's not about you can look as good as the next person, but when you're watching everybody together and you're one unit, as you said, man, that's how you take it up to the next level.
Yeah, for sure. We love seeing that.
Yeah, and what there's teams here like RAGA, like UConn, like GT who are already through to Ross All-Stars. You got to have something that's a little bit different to what they're bringing to be able to try and outshine them here.
Yeah, I know. Like we mentioned earlier, a lot of like young and upcoming teams have been like really good at like playing catch up and like also like getting bid points, like making the circuit really, really competitive. And I think one way teams have done that, I think Gatoraas is a really good example as well, is like set design. I think like with their Hunger Games set, there's so many cool gimmicks, so many cool choreo pieces that like make it a lot more fun to watch. I feel like in the past we've seen a lot of cool gimmicks, but now it seems like every team, every song has a really cool like show-stopping gimmick.
Yeah, and what's crazy is that even though Hunger Games was, what, at this point, about like 10 years ago, about a decade ago, they're still able to pull a Hunger Games set and pull out gimmicks and things like that that are memorable, that for you know, you and I were talking during their set that we hadn't read the books or watched the movies in like 10 years, but we were still able to identify a lot of the gimmicks that they were bringing to the table because they made it so recognizable.
Yeah, exactly. Actually, one thing was that I had completely forgotten about like PETA's like camouflage abilities, and when I saw that in their like boy solo, I was like, it reminded me. So if anything, it brought back memories from like a decade ago.
Yeah, which is
impressive.
That's what dance is all about.
Yeah.
UF, if they win here, they make their 4th Ross All-Stars appearance. They have won it twice before in the past. They're the only other team next to Texas to win Ross All-Stars more than once.
That's super cool.
That is team history right there. That's a successful program.
They got a history. That's amazing to hear.
Yeah. All right, next team up, UCB Raas Ramzat from the University of California, Berkeley. UF, by the way, I was pointed out the mistake on the graphic there that said they were from University of California, Berkeley. They're not. They're from University of Florida. Shout out to everybody who read right through that. But UCB definitely are. Traveled 2,800 miles to compete here. Incredible.
They're representing the West Coast here today.
All right, look me in the eyes here. Now, I hope you didn't read the graphic fully. I'm gonna quiz you here. Don't read the graphic. You're looking at the graphic. Don't read the graphic. I'm gonna quiz you here. So they are a University of California team. how many total University of California teams are competing or have competed this year?
Are we counting things like Stanford or something?
That's not a University of
No,
California.
no, but like it's still California.
No,
Okay.
it's in California. It's
Okay.
not University of California.
All
You're looking here now. We've got 2 screens. You're treating.
right, fine. It's like maybe 5 or 6, I'd say.
You'd say 5 or 6?
Yeah.
I think you read the graphic. 6 California teams, or University of California teams, I should say.
Yeah, I definitely saw it before you asked the question.
Yeah, I figured. Hey, you made it look like you didn't, and that's showmanship. And I appreciate it. Okay, how about this one? Because this one is not on a graphic. I'm also taking the graphic away just for extra measure. How many total University of California teams have there been all time?
So it has to be more than 6 or at least 6. I'll say 8.
Dang. Yeah, 8.
Oh, okay. That was a
8
guess.
teams. I
That was-
believe it's 8. It might be 9, but I believe it's 8 according to the Ross All-Star spreadsheet. That's pretty impressive, not going to lie, that you got that right off the bat.
Full guess. Full
guess.
disclosure.
Hey, listen, you got to take the guess. Sometimes it hits. It's
Yeah.
Las Vegas, right?
Yes, sir.
Put it in. All right, so UCB consecutive bid competitions in consecutive seasons for the first time as a program. I think that's what you call team on a come-up.
Yeah, I mean, teams that are improving over time. I think this season alone, I know I watched their last one over the live stream, and I hope to see them again today.
All right, well, their intro video just went up on the screen, so we'll pause for that. And when we return, UCB Raas Ramzat.
Ey, Titi me preguntó si tengo muchas novias. Muchas novias. Hoy tengo a una, mañana a otra. Ey, pero no hay boda. Titi me preguntó si tengo muchas novias. Muchas novias. Hoy tengo a una, mañana a otra. Me las voy a llevar a todas pa' un VIP, un VIP. Ey, saluden a Titi, vamos a tirar un selfie. 6 chis, ey, que sonrían las que ya les metí en un VIP, un VIP. Ey, saluden a Titi, vamos a tirar un selfie. 6 chis, que sonrían las que ya se olvidaron de mí.
Oye, muchacho, el diablo azaroso. Suéltese más vivir que tú tienes en la calle. Búscate una mujer seria para ti. Muchacho, el diablo. Coño.
Yo quisiera enamorarme, pero no puedo, pero no puedo. Yo quisiera enamorarme, pero no puedo, pero no puedo. Sorry, yo no confío, nah, ni en mí mismo confío. Si quieres quedarte, hoy que hace frío y mañana te vas. Nah, muchas quieren mi baby gravy, quieren tener mi primogénito, ey, y llevarse el crédito.
California chants coming through the crowd at the moment. UCB Raas Ramzat readily awaiting their chance to perform here on the other side of the coast. The theme is Spain, so question for you, Sagar. Saw last team, UF, did Hunger Games. They're doing Spain, narrative theme versus a more conceptual and elemental theme. What's your preference there?
I mean, obviously both are amazing. I think teams have had a lot of success with both. If you're going to ask me my personal opinion, I prefer elemental themes,
You
at
guys
least
did
in
Aladdin,
Raas.
you know that, right?
Yeah, but doesn't mean your own, like...
All right.
Yeah, it's my personal preference, right?
Humble.
Yeah. Like I said, narrative themes still work. If you do them right, they work. And I think ours worked pretty well. But if I had to pick one, I would pick elemental.
I think it's a totally different direction that you can take with it, right? Because in a narrative, you're telling a story. In a conceptual, a lot of times, you're making homages to things that relate to it. What I really love is when someone takes a conceptual theme and somehow tells a story throughout it.
Yeah, I totally agree.
Maybe we'll see that here with Raas Ramzat about to go on stage.
And take us to Spain.
And take us to Spain.
ना जाने क्यों मुझे सुन के अच्छा लगा है सेñorita
No desvíes la mirada bacana कोनड़ो झिलवा है ड्योरे कुटी ऊंचे पड़ी रे कोनड़ो झिलवा है ड्योरे कुटी ऊंचे पड़ी रे कोना मारा डाया था जोरे यादू दाड़ो रेवा दे जोरे कोना मारा डाया था जोरे यादू दाड़ो रेवा दे जोरे हमर घाघरा वाली रे कोना नी भूर पाड़ी रे कोनो मारो झिलवा है ड्योरे कुटी ऊंचे पड़ी रे
ओए तेरे भवन दे दे अपनी शरण ओए तेरे भवन दे दे अपनी शरण रहे रज में मगन राम करिए चरण तन मन में भक्ति ज्योत तेरी हे माता जलती रहे तन मन में भक्ति ज्योत तेरी हे माता जलती रहे
When in Spain, that was UCB Raas Ramzat.
That performance was amazing. I think I'm ready to text my friends for a Spain trip right now.
That would be the place to go, right?
Yeah, I mean, they got me convinced.
Yeah, if it's anything like that. I mean, they even brought the soccer ball across the country.
Yeah, exactly. And that Zindagi Na Milenge Dobara reference.
Love that.
Yeah, love it.
Great movie. There's been a lot of good movie references. Hunger Games, Home Alone, Zindagi Na Milenge Dobara.
People know their audience.
That's true, yeah. And, well, if we are the audience, and we're having a great time.
I'm sure everyone else hopefully is as well.
I would certainly hope so, absolutely. So that is the first half of teams here. 4 teams, Michigan, BU, UF, UCB. They're headed towards an intermission now. But what has your overall emotion been having watched these 4 teams now?
Honestly, I didn't realize half the show had already been over. I mean, this has been super fun. Each and every team has been super exciting to watch.
Time has honestly been flying, I think, in this competition so far. So it's been a good time. Here, let's scoot over a little bit. Let's bring you back. I've been pushing you out of the frame a little bit.
Nah, man, you got stuff to do.
Listen, but we get to do it together now. So 4 teams done, 4 more to go. What are you most excited to see in the second half that features RAGA, Georgia Tech, UConn, and UCF Knightraas?
I mean, super excited to see their whole set. Like I said earlier, the set designs have been going crazy this year, and we saw that in the first 4 teams. And the second 4 teams, I've seen them before, and their set designs are also super amazing to see. I think a couple Under the Seas, the Ancient India Maharaja, and the Joker set.
Joker said is very excited. Caught them at Tech Time, and I hadn't seen them before, but it's a very creative take. So
yeah, no, I came here during their Tech Time as well. Super cool. I mean, that's a theme that like you don't expect anyone to bring, but they killed it.
So here's the thing that Parth and I were talking about this a couple of days ago, and I was hoping I could talk to him about it when he was on the live stream earlier, but we started a little bit late. But now I get to have this conversation with you. Is there are 3 teams here who are fighting for a Raas All-Star spot. There's 3 teams here who are, you know, obviously through all the way, right? So 3 teams who have their postseason confirmed, and 5 teams really, the other 5 trying to leave it all out there on the stage. So what's the attitude, you think, of the 3 teams coming in? Is it another comp where they're going to try and leave everything out on the stage, bringing the new things like always, trying to chase that first place spot, those 4 bid points? Or do you think they're going to be in a coasting mode, try and perform well here, but conserve for Raas All-Stars?
I mean, I'll tell you right now, it's not like an actual sports thing where you need to rest your starters or something.
I promise it's also like a month-long break,
yeah,
so it's
like,
plenty of time for rest.
They're also like not thinking about like the fact that they already are in RAS. I can tell you that right now. Like, I'm sure they're here because they want to put the best show up here at Masti.
Yeah.
And like, you know, this is still another competition. It's still an opportunity to try new things. Like, they've gotten like feedback in the past, I'm sure, right? And I'm sure they're looking to change their set, make improvements, get better. And I think every competition is a way for every team to get better, and I think they're treating this competition like any other.
Got to get your reps in. If I'm one of those 3 teams, if anything, I want to go higher up in the standings. I want another trophy. I want more bid points. I want to break a record, so yeah, I'm leaving it all out there.
Exactly. They know they're going to RAS, but the competitive spirit is still there. Everyone wants to win, right? I mean, even if it doesn't have any impact on anything. Let's say RAS didn't exist, and every comp was just by itself. People would still be going in to win.
Yeah, because you're trying to win the most.
Right, like that's the fun. Like, you have fun at comps, and you know, people are competitive. That's why they do it.
I think if you're a Michigan fan, a UF fan, or a UCF fan especially, and you're really trying to either win or place here, and you have those 3 teams on the other side, I think you are definitely hoping that they're coasting. But for us watching here, it's good knowing that potentially every team is leaving it all out there.
Exactly. Every team wants this to be their best performance of the season so far.
Also, before you head out, we're going to head on to an intermission break here momentarily, but I do want to talk to you about VCU really quickly. Great season for you guys. 5 bid points, a couple different competitions, you know, maybe a couple of Aladdin themes, but I certainly got my 3 wishes watching you guys. So
hey, 3 wishes, 3 Aladdin teams. It lines up.
The genie gave everybody a wish. Robin Williams came through. How was the season from your perspective, though, as a dancer this year?
I think it's been super fun. I mean, I think we went to 4 competitions, starting from Chaos until A-Town last week. So a pretty long season.
Yeah.
A-Town was actually my last comp, right? Like last week. So season just ended. But nah, I mean, it was super fun. Each and every comp has been super fun to go to. Obviously, like you said, placing is fun as well. Like, I think this was our best season, at least in my 4 years. And it's really good to see the team grow. And I hope they continue growing in the future.
Yeah, I think it's definitely like VCU's been on a very strong trajectory ever since 2020, which was, did you dance in 2020? I know you were a freshman.
I did, yeah. That was my freshman year.
Was that Black Panther year?
Yep. Yeah. Actually, I actually came to the last Masti in 2020. We danced right. I don't know if the venue was the same. I don't really remember. But we danced at the last Masti, and I remember being there.
Yeah, well, Shaakir, it was a pleasure having you on the live stream. We're going to head off to intermission and, of course, potentially try and get a judge on here to talk about what it's like to judge from that perspective. We'll see if that plays out. But second half will start, 4 more teams to go, and then, of course, the ever-important placings that'll determine the Raas All-Stars lineup in a month's time. Do not go anywhere.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
1. And back we are from break. I got her. I got Divya on. Back on the Shaakir Productions live stream. The camera's right here, by the way. The monitor's here. I didn't tell you this.
I just figuring it out, you know?
Figuring it
I
out
have
on
a
the
college
fly.
degree. It'll work.
Well, yeah, you got to use a college
I
degree
know,
for something, right?
I'm definitely not using it in work, so.
You feel like you're using it downstairs for judging, though, because that's what you're here at Masti to do.
I mean, my college degree was in Ross, let's be honest, so I definitely am using it here today.
Yeah, well, you are a 2-time RAS dancer. You are a one-time judger, a one-time captain at UVA Raas, which is only a couple hours away from here. So
Yep.
you are very much cemented within the Raas All-Stars world. What's the overall vibe been like for you here judging?
It's been nice. I got to judge with a completely new group of people than I did at ECS, and like from teams that I don't know people from, which is nice. Like one of the judges is from like WashU. I've never met anyone from WashU, so that's been nice. And it's just been a nice atmosphere overall. It's crazy, like how many people are here. It's packed. We're all sweating over
Sold
there.
out crowd here in Masti. I don't think we've mentioned that on the live stream
Yeah,
yet.
there's like 7 seats on either side of the judges that are like reserved, and everyone's like, "Can we sit here?" We're like, "No, get out."
Get out.
No, bye.
You have your judging priority,
Exactly.
right? You have like a special badge, or do you
I
have
actually
a
have
wristband or
nothing
something?
right now.
You're
Like,
just dressed up.
I'm just here. Yeah.
So if I wore a suit, you think I could get away
You
with
probably
being a
could.
judge?
Yeah, we just walked in. It's like, oh,
Wow.
judges are here. Hey, what's up?
Hey, listen, when you're a judge and you have the confidence of a judge, I don't think anybody questions you.
Exactly.
Do you think you're going to get questioned a lot tonight after deliberation?
I'm sure. I'm sure there'll be lots of questions. I'm sure I will have questions for myself, to be honest. Like,
Okay.
what are your choices you're making?
Have you judged before?
Yeah, I judged ECS.
Okay, so what was your kind of takeaway from judging at ECS? What did you learn at ECS that you're now bringing into Masti from a judging perspective? It's a loaded question.
I learned to get better at writing and watching at the same time. Okay. Got more organized with my notes, you know?
Yeah, so you know what to talk about?
Yeah.
I wish I did that up here.
Yeah,
you know?
I feel like at ECS I was writing a lot of things that weren't like English, and then when I was trying to tell teams what my feedback was, I was like, oh, I don't really know what.
The note's
I was
right here.
trying
It's
to
right
say.
here.
Yeah.
They're like, I can't.
And I'm
read
trying
that.
I'm trying to be like more normal in the note sheets, because I feel like before I forgot that teams get them. So I'm like,
Right.
let me write productive things down.
Let me write, yeah, so that teams know.
Yeah.
So you've been a captain, you've
Yeah.
been a judge, you've been in those judges meetings on both sides, or those judges meetings.
Yeah.
I have been neither a judge nor a captain, nor should I ever be a judge. So as someone who has never had that experience and never will have that experience, what is it like to be a captain, or what is it like to be in that room in general, either from a captain's perspective or a judge's perspective, after the comp, once they've already performed, and giving that feedback?
I think it's funny because I think from my captain's perspective, it's so serious. You're like, this is when I'm getting my feedback. Like, this is what all the judges think. But from the judge's perspective, it's like the last thing you're doing. You're like, all right, one more thing, and then we're done. Like, all 8 teams, and it's like sometimes you have to like really remember what you were trying to say, because you write down like stupid shit, like arm, like what is that arm? Like, who are you saying that
Who's
to?
arm?
Yeah, and so I remember like as captain, I'd be like, oh my God, they said this one thing that means so much. But sometimes it's like you have to think of the overall picture, the little details. Like, there's only so much.
As a captain, did you ever get feedback from judges that you disagreed with?
Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah.
Do you think you've given feedback to teams this year that they've disagreed with?
For sure. Like, especially when I'm like, change your entire set.
Have you said that to any teams?
No, I'm not
okay.
that mean.
Okay. How about this? I'm trying to beat around the bush and figure out questions that I can ask you within your guidelines. But of the teams not competing here, maybe a team you judge, which team stands out the most to you this season?
I can't answer
not
that.
competing here.
Not competing here. Well, I don't know. I feel like I still can't answer that. I'll say UVA Raas. I'll give them a shout out.
UVA Raas. Back to your old team.
Yeah.
I'll say VT Dhamal. So of the teams here, of the 8 teams, 4 of them have performed. Which team stands out?
No.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, we can't answer that, right?
Can't answer that. I'm just chilling in my intermission, you know, waiting for the second half of the show.
You know, I had to ask. You actually did have to climb a ladder to get up here.
In
Saga
my
had to climb a ladder
lenga,
part,
everyone respects for me for climbing a ladder in my lenga.
I think, but you made the conscious decision when I told you that to wear sneakers instead of high heels.
There's no need for the heels climbing a ladder.
That was the game changer.
Yeah,
I think climbing up the ladder in heels
really
would have been
helped.
impossible. So you have the second half, a lot of stacked teams there. How much do the results of this, knowing that they impact Ross All-Stars pretty immediately, does that play a factor in your decision making at all, or are you trying to isolate it specifically to this?
I think like I'm not being checked into like what team is what, how many bid points, like that's helped me really isolate it. Like I genuinely have no idea what's going on. Like,
you want me to tell you
no,
all of it? Yeah.
No. It's good. Like it makes everything very objective. Like a lot of these teams I'm seeing for like the first time ever because like I judged, like I haven't watched them yet, but like I judged like RAGA and UConn at ECS, but like the rest of them I haven't judged.
But that was way towards the beginning of the
Yeah.
season. So much has changed since
Yeah.
then as well.
So it's like, it's new teams. It's just, you just watch the team. There's no outside events that impact any of it. So
Very isolated. Spoken like a true judge. Really breaking ways.
That's
well,
my goal.
I have a lot of confidence in what the results will be tonight, knowing that you're down there writing pen on paper and figuring out what team is what. Thank you so much
Yeah,
for joining me during this intermission.
Yeah.
And I'll let you get back at it. Any last message to the crowd watching at home?
No.
Anything you want people at Confessions to complain about when
Oh
they
my
get
God.
results?
Just say your thoughts. I want to know. What does the circuit think? You know?
What does the circuit think?
What does
Do
the
they agree
circuit
with
think?
you?
Do they? It's okay if you don't. I just want to know.
Is it a bit of a power trip for you knowing that you're the one that gets to decide? Is that why you're doing this?
For sure. It's like my decision, even if you have different opinions, it's fine.
Well, I'll let you get back to it. Divya, thank you for joining
Yeah,
me.
of course.
Good luck on the last 4 teams, and I'm sure it won't be an easy night. So
Thank you.
Enjoy. So we are. Oh, I gotta turn my mic up. There we go. How's that sound? Look at this, making adjustments on the fly.
Dude, he's doing a lot out here.
We're really out here trying to do the most. All right, so
doing the most.
All right, now we go. We're gonna go into our official open here. 3, 2, 1.
Hey.
4 teams down and
What's
4
up,
more
guys?
to go. It's the Las Vegas intermission here
Oh yeah, I
at
forget this is
UFD,
Las Vegas.
College Park, Maryland.
Dude, we have a lot of good teams coming up, and I'm personally really excited. Shaq and I have been talking about it for the whole time the intermission was going on, what we were excited to see, and we forgot that we even had to come talk about it on here
We
again.
almost did the whole conversation back there on the other side of this balcony. You're coming a little bit closer towards me.
Yes,
I don't know
sir.
if you can move your chair. There we go. There's a lot going on up here, but there's also a lot going on
Down there.
on stage, right? We had 4 teams already go through and do their bids. Michigan first, they're looking for an RAS spot. BU, UF also looking for an RAS spot. And
Yep.
UCB came cross country
They were
here.
awesome.
Give me your 1-sentence synopsis of the first half. What was your overall take?
The first half, I really liked watching, especially because this is my first competition after not competing anymore, like my season's done. And, you know, watching these teams and not having that stress of a performance the same night was actually so nice. And seeing these teams keep, like, Ross alive at their schools and seeing them grow over the years. And, like, I honestly loved every one of the sets. It was awesome to see. Yeah.
So I just realized I never did formal introductions also. So I'm Shaakir. I'm joined by Anand here, 2-time Ross captain,
Yes,
once at Drexel, once at Filthy, a new team, which I'm definitely have a lot of questions to ask you later on in the show.
You got it.
To talk about what's going on there.
We'll try to get into it, not too much.
And also danced all years?
Yeah, we were off because of COVID for
Well,
2 to 3
COVID.
years, but yeah, we've been dancing for
Pretty much every
5
year.
years now, yeah.
Runs through your vein. You also make costumes.
Yes, sir.
You have a fashion brand, which I was told explicitly not to mention.
I told him not to. I didn't want to get roasted at confessions. I said, let's not
It's
talk about
amazing.
that.
Give him some love. Okay, so Masti, as we know, the overall 5 teams are coming here for the first time. 3 of them have been here before. BU, Rutgers, and UConn have been here before. And Rutgers, who we get to open up the second half with, they are very familiar with winning here.
Yeah. They've been, how many times? They've won what?
3 of the last 4.
3 of the last 4, yeah.
Yeah, and they've placed at every single Masti since 2011.
Okay, yeah. I have a feeling that every team in the second half is gonna bring it because one, they all know that it's the last comp of the season, and the competition is very, you know, it's neck to neck here.
It is neck and neck.
Yeah, neck
Well,
and neck.
Also, when you look at just looking at the 3 teams who are in RAS in isolation, RAGA, UConn, and Georgia Tech, they've met each other a lot this season. They've all beaten each other and lost to each other.
Yeah.
And I assume they want the last laugh here before you got to All-Stars.
I agree, and I think this season, I don't know if you guys touched on this before, but this season we've seen that at every competition.
Yeah.
The competition is really fair. Like, everyone is trying different things in their sets every week, and sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't work. And, you know, based on judges, the placings are different every week, and it's really good to see.
So if you're a team like those 3 who are already through, and I touched on this briefly with Shaakir, and the synopsis was they're going to try and bring their best and try and win. But have you started already making changes for your RAS set at this point, and are you testing them out here, or are you sticking with the set you had last week or the week before?
I feel like a lot of teams, I think they're going to stick to what they've been doing and just really work on execution this week because they have amazing sets. And they've placed with them before, so I would assume that they're going to just execute, and pop off. Sorry.
Apologies.
But yeah, I think that everyone's going to stick to that and then really show their next sets next month because they want to surprise us next month too.
Bring a lot. Well, you know who's had a lot of time is UT Austin. Dirty South.
They've had a lot of time,
Raas.
and I'm really excited to see them as well. I think everyone knows that.
I don't think I put this on the RAGA graphic. I got a little bit of shade at RCR for talking too much about RAGA, and I think somebody came up to me after and they were like, dude, RAGA's living in your head rent-free. And I was like, I don't know if it's rent-free. They're just
That's what happens when you're a fan of Raas. People live in your head.
Texas are so huge in this scene. It's impossible not to give them their
I feel
flowers.
like especially coming from smaller teams like us, we start to idolize like other teams.
And a small team?
No,
yeah, we are. We were new.
I was like, wait, I'm going to offend you on the live stream.
My first year was also the team's first year, so we were new. When
yeah, and I feel like because of that, we start to idolize these bigger teams, and you start to fall in love with different people and different teams, and you're like, wow, I want to be like that. So for me, I feel like the second half, all these teams I idolize and look up to, like, I wish I could do that. That's awesome.
Well, those are 2 teams that have figured out the system where they never have an off year. They're constantly, year after year. You look at Texas, they have 105 all-time bid points. RAGA has 100. They scored their 100th last week. The next team, the next amount of bid points, it's on a graphic later on, but we haven't showed it yet. So, Anand, take a guess. What's the 3rd team in that list, and how many points do they have? Texas has 105. RAGA have 100 bid points. Who's next?
Is it Gatoraas or UMD? Potentially, or am I completely off?
You want to lock those in?
Yeah, I'm going to lock those 2 in.
Okay, lock those 2 in. How many points?
How many do DSC and RAGA have?
How many points do either UF or UMD have?
Well, can you tell me how much the other 2 have first?
So Texas has 105. RAGA has 100.
Okay, cool. I'm thinking somewhere between 80s and 90s. Or
80s and 90s?
Yeah, or is it a big disparity to the next
Okay, I'm going to let everybody in chat answer as well. Just tell me the 3rd team and how many points they have. If you look at the Raas scoreboard, you're cheating. We're going to come back to this in about 30 seconds. But those are 2 teams that have very storied histories.
I feel like they've been around at RASs for a while, too, because, again, I've seen them right when I got into the circuit.
This is
year after
RAGA's
year.
12th Raas All-Stars.
Yeah.
There's only been 14.
Okay, that's awesome. That's wild that you guys do that. But, yeah.
Yeah, those 2 teams are incredibly dominant. And I think it's nice to see UConn back in winning ways this year.
There's a lot of other teams this year that are fighting for that spot and just fighting to be awesome on stage. And I feel like the UConn, GT, and all these teams that you're seeing are also all fighting for not just going to RAS, but you can see that drive to place at RAS and all these teams as well.
There's a lot of growth. I mean, what was the stat at the beginning? I don't think we've talked about it, but 20 teams this year have scored bid points. That's the most of any team ever.
And that's the most in RAS seasons, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's been incredible. So the number, by the way, if you're typing in chat, Texas has 105 bid points all time. RAGA has 100 bid points all time. Number 3,
yeah, let's hear it.
SLU Raas, 66 bid points. So you can tell how far ahead they are.
Wow. I didn't even realize that. Wow. They are ahead by a mile.
So when people are out here and they're saying, Shaakir, you really love Texas and RAGA.
Yeah. Rightfully so.
So, hey, there's good reason to. But as you said, there's a lot of new teams coming in too, right? Like Georgia Tech, for instance.
This is UConn as well coming back.
UConn.
They were at RAS last year too, and I thought they were incredible. And what I love with both GT and UConn, and a lot of the sets this season is everyone's being innovative, including
Yeah.
RAGA and including DSC, including everyone. The innovation this year is just nuts because everyone wants to really secure that spot and be different and be known.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, you want to, you want to be known.
You want to be known. You want to have an awesome set that people are like, wow.
People, you want people to go back and watch it the year before.
Yeah, you want the
know?
views on that YouTube link to skyrocket.
Yeah. That's why. That's also one of the reasons we were talking about. You said,
Yeah.
they're gonna bring their A game
Yeah.
because this is a YouTube video.
He was like,
that'll
are they?
go up forever.
You think they're just gonna coast through? And I was like, no. Why would any team, especially these ones that are so used to having videos with high ranks and just high views, and they're not gonna coast through it. They want to pop the hell
cloud
off.
chasing.
Cloud chasing.
A little bit, yeah.
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that. I should not say those are his words.
No, we're gonna credit that to Anand. So you guys write it down, get it on a pillow or something like that. RAGA is cloud chasing. UCF is also in this half. I think we need to give them their flowers. 5 points. Something else about them, about UF also, is if they score anything with Michigan and UF, they need to win. If UCF score any points tonight, which that could be a third place, they're going all the way through. It's very attainable.
And
for them.
I think they are really trying for that as well.
Yeah.
I feel like they've been going to lots of comps this season, only having like a week between or like back to back, and the changes that I'm seeing in their set every week is actually incredible. I don't know what they're drinking in that Orlando water, but that is unreal. And with having 2 weeks off, I think they're going to really bring it again.
Yeah, 2 weeks off is a long time. You look
Yeah.
at the other Florida team, UF, who need to win here to have a shot at making it to All-Stars. They'd have to knock out UCF essentially.
Guys, shout out to Shaq, man. He is doing the most to give Rossaholics like us an awesome live stream to watch. So before you roast him, I feel like how that's the first thing I assume people are going to do. I'm so sorry.
Hey, wow, that was seamless. I see a green light here on my computer, so I think we're still live, and I think the hit we took was very minimal.
Cool.
The question is,
We're
does the
still
other
here,
camera
guys,
work?
and the show hasn't started yet.
All right. God bless. Okay, great, wonderful. So we're almost done with intermission here. The MC is back up. Excuse me. The MC is back up and starting to introduce. But where were we before the power went out? Do you remember?
I actually don't. I think we were talking about UF and UCF, and these teams were fighting for that RA spot.
Right. Now I know where we were.
Yeah.
So you said they had 2 weeks off.
Yep.
UF had a triple header. They had about 3 days off, really, when you include travel between.
Every weekend when I was at a competition, I would see them, and then I'd see them on the live stream too. I was like, what are you guys, doing? That is awesome.
So UCF 5 comps. What's going on down there?
With a 2 week break, and
Let's
they're
give
back
it
today.
there. I think that's RAGA pretty much ready to go.
That's
So-
GT.
Or excuse me, that's GT ready to go. So let's pivot to GT. I want to give them their flowers here. We'll get back to UCF later on in their show. So this is their first time at Maryland Masti. They've won a lot this season. They're going to try to again this year. 12 bid points this season. That is a program high. They smashed their previous record out of the water. They're doing incredible right now. Number 2 in the standings.
That's actually, first I wanted to say that's crazy, but they've been doing this. Like we said, their points are way ahead of a lot of teams in the circuit, so that's awesome for them. But
I mean, that's what happens when you win first anywhere. Those 4 points just skyrocket. You know, first at Rampage and Regila, and then they placed every single time this season. And 5 total competitions. How many comps did Filthy go to this year?
we went to 4. We didn't make it to one of them because of.
So 4 plus virtual or 3 plus virtual?
3 plus virtual.
Okay.
Yeah, we went to 3 plus virtual and had an incredible time going around. Incredible sometimes.
Incredible sometimes.
Yeah.
But that many comps in, do you think 3 comps essentially travel 4? Do you think you could have handled the extra step going up to 5?
I'm gonna be honest, no. Like, going to 4 competitions in a season is enough as it is. Like, having even a week of a break, 2 weeks of break, it is so tough back to back because I feel like every team wants to make changes week to week based on judges' meetings and stuff, and trying to implement those changes and keeping up with the execution, keeping up with life, it gets hard.
It's tough.
So I really got to give credit to these teams who are doing week to week, week after week after week. It's not easy.
Especially when it's such a condensed calendar. It's about over the course of 8 weeks. If you're going to 5 competitions, GT went to chaos. So if you're going to 4
and they're
competitions,
consistently placing, consistently executing. It's unreal how they do it.
It's incredible. Let's go to their intro video, and when we return, GT Ramblin Raas.
Another one, another one, another one. We the best music, Major key, DJ Khaled.
Yeah, I go on and on. Can't understand how I last so long. I must have the superpowers. Last 223,000 hours, and it's cause I'm off of CC, and I'm off the Hennessy. And like your boy from Compton said, you know this ain't free. I got girls that I should've made pay for it. Got girls that I should've made wait for it. I got girls that'll cancel a flight back home. Stay another day for it. You got attitude on nana, yo. On agua, yo. Stomach on flat, and yo. On what's that? And yeah, I need it all right now.
सुरवाली पवन पर चाली माँ देवी दयाली ओ माँ बलड़ी समझनी सवारी दागण त्रिशूराली धिंगी लजायु वाली ओ माँ बलड़ी मारी माता ममताली वधारे वंशवाड़ी चाची खम्मा जोराली ओ माँ बलड़ी
That was Georgia Tech Ramblin Raas. An explosion here inside this theater as the crowd cheered them on. Is this on a 16 points on the season? Is this another win for them tonight with that set?
That was absolutely incredible. I'm blown away by the energy, the cleanliness, everything. They really dance like a family. Like something about Ramblin Raas that I love is they really look like a unit dancing on stage. Everyone is doing every step the same, and it's awesome to see. And what I really love about them is the consistent changing and making better and better, making their set better and better and better. This is the third time they've changed their girls solo, and it's just getting better and better and better. They're using incredible songs, incredible choreo, and I'm a huge fan.
See, that was one of the questions that I had is the team that's already going to RAS, are they still making changes? Are they going to show it here?
And I had answered no, but here they are.
The answer is yes.
And you know, that's awesome because I like how they don't want to just keep doing what they're doing. They want to show that they're capable of different things and new things and just making their set better, and that's actually awesome.
Yeah, I think a little bit of maybe a threat to the other teams here.
Everyone's definitely itching around in their seats, right?
I think if you're RAGA or UConn and you're side stage and you didn't get to see that performance,
I'm really excited
it might be
to
for
see
the best.
Who's next?
RAGA is next.
Awesome, yeah. So we're going to see two themes go back-to-back with each other. It's going to be...
Yeah, two of the exact same thing.
That'll be really incredible to see what the judges have to say about that, too, back-to-back.
Back-to-back,
Yeah.
the underwater sets. We talked to Divya earlier and very much focused on keeping everything isolated from each other. It's tough when you have two back-to-back teams.
It
like
really
that.
is tough for them to do that. It's honestly tough for, in general, for judges to just do what they do. Not going to lie, listening to Divya sit here and answer your questions, I was like, wow, she's really trying not to take the bait with your questions.
Listen, I wouldn't be a good fisherman if I didn't throw a little bait, okay? And,
I'm struggling out here, too. He's really throwing things at me.
But just for the record, I'm a terrible fisherman. I've never fished before in my life. Yeah. Which is, all I do is I fish for these underwater themes from Georgia Tech and RAGA. That I tried to bring it back. It didn't work.
It didn't work. I tried to help you out, but I couldn't.
Well, we tried. But I got to say, the chants in here, I talked about some of the cheers we heard last time around. UF in the first half was incredible, but the cheers here,
I wish you guys could hear
like
the roar in the room. We're sitting on the second level right now, and it feels unreal.
It
feels
was
like
louder than the mix.
Yeah, it was actually louder than the mix.
It was incredible.
The mixes are a little bit quiet here,
They are a
and
little
that
quiet.
paired with the shouting is unreal.
Yeah, it's a smaller theater as well, so very acoustic.
I feel like as the show continues to get towards the end, more and more teams are coming up to cheer for everyone, which is really nice to see.
I really like the way the flow of the second half works, right? Because we get to see these three Ross All-Stars team, and it ends kind of with this finale of UCF, who are the next team in. If they don't place, CMU takes their spot. If they do place, they're going to Ross All-Stars. So everything to play for them.
Yeah, honestly, the lineup of this comp was really interesting for the teams competing, for judges, and for people like us who love to watch this stuff.
It's incredibly tough. So that was Georgia Tech out of the gates. They came swinging. RAGA, another underwater team, and we know how strong they are here in Maryland at Masti. First place 3 times in the last 4 appearances. They have placed here at every Masti going back to 2011 for over a decade. Granted, there's like 2 years for COVID, right?
Sure.
But
that's actually
incredible.
unreal. I don't know how. I really don't know how. That's consistency, and I don't know how teams do it. And how many years have they been around?
RAGA have been around about 14 years.
Yeah, so
at least 14 years within the Ross All-Stars bid comp circuit, which has been around for 14 years.
And with competing last year and getting second, they're definitely up for some blood again this year. So
they want it.
They want it, and they're showing that they want it too. They've been making awesome changes every week with their set. Honestly, starting with a partner Gerba and a prop Gerba is so unusual for RAGA, and I love that they're taking those risks and showing that they can, do different sets, and they're willing to take risks and make a unique set.
I love when somebody comes out of the gates with a choreo style that is not normally what you would expect.
Not normally seen, and doing that with the first song when your first, your first opinion about the set comes from that first song, and you watch that and you're like, wow, that's really different. I love that you guys are doing that.
And I think when you watch that, you go, wow, this team has the confidence.
Yeah, confidence to do that, and as they should have the confidence to do
Yeah.
that. So I'm glad that they're taking those risks.
It's incredible.
Watching their set transform from chaos to ECS to what it is now is just unreal, and I'm a huge fan of it myself.
Well, one of the biggest things was I really felt like Chaos was a huge stumble for RAGA, and I caught a little bit of flack for pointing it out, but that broke a placing streak that went all the way back to 2018.
And
when
I
they
think,
didn't place at
and I
Chaos.
think at Chaos only having 2 placings was a
made it tougher,
huge,
too. Only 6 teams there, only 2 placings.
Exactly.
But still, with such a storied history, right? I mean, we look at these statistics. You expect to see RAGA on the podium week in and week out at every single competition. And when it's not, that's a big red flag. And they've turned it around this season. Huge credit to their team to do that.
They really have. And what another thing to point out is that they've been having different costumes every week almost. And with the changes in their set, you're really seeing a whole different set visually every week. And it's like, oh my God, that's RAGA still.
Right. I wonder if the progression of the scene will be like, you're not just changing out, initially you changed out formations and dance moves, then you would change out segments.
They're changing
Are we just going to see brand new themes? I mean, DST did it in 2020, but that was quite a necessity.
I wish someone at RAS would just switch up their theme just for...
Change it up, 180.
Just do it, guys. Come on. Someone who's listening.
Can you imagine? I mean, both of these two teams, RAGA and Georgia Tech, are going to Ross All-Stars. They both have underwater.
And I
what
think
if
they're
they both just switch directions?
That would be wild. And, whether they do it or they don't do it, they're going to have amazing sets, which is, what's crazy. But honestly, seeing that change in 3 weeks could make the circuit go crazy. And I do think these teams are capable of that. They've shown us that they're capable of these crazy changes week in to week out. So
I mean, week after week, right? Year after year, the bar continues to get higher, and it's only gotten higher this year, despite the fact that, a lot of these people dancing here leading these teams couldn't dance for their first 2 years, missed out on the 2021 season.
Seeing the leadership this year is, it's unreal because, like you said, they haven't danced the first couple of years because of COVID. And I've seen that firsthand. A lot of the leadership on my team, they hadn't gotten much of an experience on Ross. And I was like, wow, you guys really stepped up and are doing incredible.
Yeah, and you look back and you watch a set from like 3-4 years ago, and you watch a set that we just watch now, and
things
the
have
sets that we will
changed.
watch.
Things have changed.
It's insane.
The innovation in the circuit. People are not afraid, like I said earlier, not afraid to take risks, but not afraid to show beyond just like in the normal traditional Raas world. They're stepping out with unique choreo styles, unique things with gimmicks and costumes, and I love seeing that.
It's incredible. It's a pleasure to watch as well. They're just getting their props up here. Once their intro video is ready to roll, we can roll right into that. I had a great question queued up that I was going to ask you. And
you know, you're a big RAGA fan, so I feel like it's okay to say this, but they do take their time to set up.
Okay, here, let me. I'm glad you mentioned this, actually.
I don't know if we should talk about it. It was like they love to take their time. That's completely fine. Please take your time because I love watching your sets. So go do what you need to do.
We're going to go to intro video and then start your stopwatches. How long does it take from intro video to the start of their set? All right, everybody get ready. We'll be right back.
Jeweler, bust the AP, yeah. Sliding on the water like a jet ski, yeah. I'm tryna put you on your bestie, yeah. Chopper with this gun, so do not test me, yeah. Rick Flood drip, go woo on a 5790, spent the coupe on my wrist. Multi-million-dollar, I'm a fool with the hits. Hop off in the lemon, drop the roof, show the poppin', but you really not gon' shoot. 90 pointers, time my diamond look like hula hoops. Hoppin', moppin', take her in the seats of my suits. Balenciaga, check my purse with Valentino boots. Woman out of way, a lot of lamb, a lot of race. Never hesitate to give the yellow tape. And worry about the bag, cut the gas. like a jet ski.
Look like I'm going for a swim.
RU Raga, 3 of 4 wins in their last 4 appearances here at Masti, going for 4 wins in their last 5 appearances. You tell me, Anna, did they do it?
I think they did, and I think every set we've watched, we've been saying that, because when you feel the energy in the room and you hear the roar from the crowd, and you see the literal energy on stage, and I don't know, just everything I'm seeing is incredible. The changes that, again, they've made week after week. I think there's not too many changes from A-Town, but there were so many at A-Town, especially with their artistic elements, and one in specific that we were talking about was the intro to Boy Soul, if you want to talk about that right now.
Remind me.
Oxygen.
Yeah. So this was a debate that we actually had made up here where I hate personally breaks within the set where you stop dancing. But what I loved about that is they slowed it down for the intro.
They
Boy
really
Solo,
took
but they
embrace,
kept dancing.
Yeah. They embraced the fact that the dancers needed a second, but
and that's
it worked so well. Yeah, exactly. And I feel like myself, I need a break. So when I was designing a set for myself, I was like, we got to try to throw it away. But the way that they did it with their artistic elements and the mix going down in their actual volume. Slowing down, the volume turning low, you could actually hear people talking and like what's going on, that all of a sudden they just pop off in Boy Solo. It's incredible.
What I loved about that is, they didn't stop dancing. The set slowed down. They slowed
down.
But
it made so much sense.
And it gave them time.
We actually were like, both of us were like, oh, what's going on?
And it matched with what they were doing as well.
It did.
It was good theme incorporation. It was a great gimmick. They never stopped dancing there. They did stop dancing later on in the set, and I take issue with that. But I think it's for good reason, and I think that comes down to personal preference. Another thing that came up is Raga's dancing with a gap tonight.
Yeah, I think we did notice one less girl, I think.
One less girl. So there are instances. That's not going to affect your scoring, but judges will say you're not going to take a penalty for that, I should say. But judges will openly tell you sometimes, hey, you didn't get a penalty for this, but you're dancing with the gap. It's not 100%.
It's not 100%.
And so sometimes your formations aren't going to hit as well.
It affects your execution.
It's going to affect it.
Although you can imagine that hole is there, whether it comes to partner steps and handoffs and formations in general, you're going to notice it, and it's going to affect it because your brain's going to want to complete that image in your head.
What do you do there? Do you dance with the gap or do you change your whole formation?
I would dance with the gap. I wouldn't change the formation because look, we barely noticed it. Like
it was only the opening, and we had to go through
only
count,
the opening.
Right?
We were like we sat there, we counted, but they did incredible with that gap. So I feel like that's happened to a lot of teams this season consistently. Is different holes happening. Actually, UConn on the other hand, they do have a hole, but they did change their formations.
Okay.
So you're seeing two different
approaches
two different approaches
solution.
Here. Yeah.
I do want to shout out, like, teams will injuries come up, things like that happen.
That happened to my my team this season.
Right, you guys danced with the gap, right?
Twice.
Yeah,
twice. And it's totally unexpected, and it hits you like a bus, and you just got to do what you got to do with it. And I'm really glad that I'm seeing these teams embrace the fact that they have a hole and working with it and still producing awesome sets.
This team isn't here, but I think the story is incredible anyway, so I do want to shout them out. Is Wreckin' Ross down in Texas A&M. Had to do a triple header to start the year at San Diego. They had a dancer, their captain broke her ankle or fractured her ankle, something like that. And so she couldn't dance, and they were out, and they had to adjust with that. And that's a big hit.
That's honestly, we've seen a lot where not only just dancers, but like captains have gotten injured. And I can't imagine what that's like to go through, but shout out to you guys for pushing through with that.
The support was still there, and the team continued on with comps and did fantastic. So it's incredible stuff like that.
And a lot of these teams also don't always have someone that they can just put in as a replacement. It's a lot to learn, especially within a week or a couple days that you get notice of, wait, I can't dance anymore.
Like, you take a look at the 2018 Virginia Tech roster, and I'm on stage. Somebody gets
like,
injured. They're like, we're really at the bottom of the barrel.
Throw 'em in.
Who do we get?
That's funny.
But UCTR up next. As you said, they did change their formations at some point to accommodate for them. But this team is on another level here. They're a team that I've always associated with being up towards the top. But this year, at RCR, they broke an 8-competition streak of not play, or sorry, a 4-year streak over 8 competitions of not placing first place, and they've done it twice in this season already. This is a new peak.
Honestly, I've been a huge fan of UConn for last year and this year now. And what I love about them is they're not afraid to embrace new styles and innovation.
They've
in the
always
dance.
done that, yeah.
And the circuit, not to get political here, but a lot of people
Let's
don't.
get political.
You know, let's get political. A lot of people don't like messing with traditionality, and there's a fine line between traditionality and innovation. And I know last year, UConn definitely got some heat with that, with a modern theme like New York. I thought it was very well done, and I loved it myself, but I know a lot of people had different opinions about it. But this year, seeing their Indian, very traditional theme, they're really embracing that innovative dance style right into the theme that, you know, you can't hate on it. That's awesome. It's creativity right there.
It's a very unique style, and they've gotten second place so many times, but now, I mean, it's hard to sit back there and give them flack when they're out here winning first place, you know, multiple times in a season. They've figured it out, and they've taken a different approach to every other team, and they have for a long time. And they're usually up towards the top of the standings, and this year it just so happens that it's been good enough to win a couple times too. Good on them.
Their entire set from start to finish feels like a movie from what I've seen, and it's a real production there.
That's exactly what they're trying to do. Their intro video is starting now, so let's go to UConn Thunderaas, and when we return, they are looking for a third win this season.
जीना हाथ मारा मीठे मारा मन नी घुघरिया जीना हाथ मारा मीठे मारा मन नी घुघरिया जीना ढोल की झबूकी मारा पगनी बीजड़िया एवो आव्यो रे असवार रे एवो आव्यो रे असवार रे होनी डमरी नी धूल बनी जोए ताल दे अने हूँ ताली लो
राज मुन्ने लाग्यो ओ राज मुन्ने लाग्यो ओ राज मुन्ने लाग्यो कसुंबी नो रंग 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 धिंगाणे हालो धिंगाणे धिंगाणे हालो धिंगाणे ए मर्दो हालो ए हालो मर्दो
UConn Thunderaas just off of stage. They've won here once in the last 4 years, played spoiler to RAGA. I think they're going to try and do it again here. What's your take?
Again, I really enjoyed watching their set. And I know we covered this when we were talking about them originally, but their choreo really does stand out, especially with this given theme that they're doing. Their use of thematics in their steps is actually really innovative, in my opinion. Their Trontali with the ending with all those little instruments and stuff going on there. You really see them embracing their theme right into the choreo where they don't even need a prop to show a gimmick, which I really like.
Yeah, it's creative, it's new, it's unique, and I feel like this season has been a lot of that.
This season's been a lot of that, so it's like, wow, which is the best way to do it? And there's so many good ways to do that.
That's why it's so fun to be here, though, and you're watching not just 3 of these top teams who are all kind of going in different directions with their approach, but teams at every skill level, all with different goals, all with different approaches because of what they're trying to do and how they're trying to build their program and what stage they're at. And we get all of that here.
We do get to see we see that at every comp, which is so nice. And I feel like that is what, when you're sitting there waiting for your own team to perform, watching other teams before you go who share the love for this is what keeps the circuit alive.
Yeah. Well, next team up is UCF. Newer.
The last team of the night, right?
Last team of the night. The final performance. Newer to that overall kind of scene, but they're looking pretty hot right now.
This season, I think, is probably their highest bid point season. Yeah,
their best season so
their
far.
Best season, and I think a lot of the leadership has been the same in the past couple of years too. So seeing that growth with the same captains,
so satisfying.
It's so satisfying. I can't imagine how it feels for them. Like, it must feel like they're finally like, wow, yeah, we're doing
all
that.
The fruits of our labor are paying off.
Good for you guys.
I wonder kind of what we talked about, like UF and Michigan, and their mindset coming in should be, we're going to treat this like every other comp. You're UCF, you're so close, 5 points, right? 1 point, third place, that's all you need. You just got to spoil one of these 3 teams' nights, and you're in to Ross All-Stars, something you've never done before. If you lose out your spot to CMU. Are you having a different conversation backstage? Are you saying to yourself, this is more than tonight, this is also about RAS, or are you, as someone who
really wonder how I really wonder how they're talking to their team right now, but on the back ends, I can only imagine. I know that they've been changing a lot, or at least, working on execution, working on everything. Because why wouldn't they? Like you just said, they know what's at stake here.
Yeah.
So we can only imagine what changes are going to come from them. We've seen incredible changes week to week during the normal part of the season from them. So with this competition,
they've placed at 3 of their 4 competitions so far this season. So they know how to get it done.
They know how to get it done, for sure.
And they just need a 3rd place. They've gotten 2nd twice. It's within arm's length.
It's within arm's length. I wonder whether they're going to change more thematic things or whether it'll be more on the dance.
Yeah.
And I feel like that'll be a great conversation to have once we see their set. But my honest opinion of their set is that they have a well balance of both. They have lots and lots of thematic and production things going on, but their dance is also complex, great choreo, and a wide array of choreo as well.
Their theme is Joker, which I really love because, again, I think it's one of those themes that is so much darker and grittier and so different. I mean, we just saw the last set with UConn ended in a pretty morbid way.
And I feel like a lot of teams are
also
doing these sort of dark endings or a little, like, I don't know, like powerful,
yeah.
like endings. And it's really cool to see how everyone does it differently. I feel like UCF's set is majority, like, not dark, but like just powerful and like because of the theme, like that story. But UConn, they use it really well in their last song as well.
Well, I feel like I keep saying this time and time again, but to me the most fascinating thing is really how close they are to that Ross All-Star spot and how big it would be for their program, first ever appearance. And just because this is the last comp of the season and UCF have 5 points and they're tied in 9th and top 9 go to Ross All-Stars, a lot of people are probably like, how does that make sense? You have 4 teams tied for 9th. What's that tiebreaker look like? The way it works is if UCF don't score, if UCF don't score, they're going to lose their spot to CMU because CMU's only been to 3 competitions and scored 5 points between 3 competitions, whereas UCF has scored their 5 points between 5 competitions now.
I can only imagine what the captains and the dancers of that team have been going through this week because they know what's at stake. And, you know, everybody at the end of the day, well, you're going to say, like, you're going to have a great season no matter what. But I know everyone is fighting for, you know, making it there. So whether to all of those teams, I just want to say congratulations either way. Like,
really?
Having these amazing sets out there is what the circuit is truly about. Everyone gets into chasing these points, which you should, because that's what makes it fun and competitive. But
it's about being
it gets crazy.
On stage.
It gets crazy. It's about being on stage. It's about embracing the love for this dance that we all have.
Yeah, and the culture and all of that it means.
Of course. It's about embracing innovation every year. Yeah. It's about having the video out for yourself, for your friends, for family, and for future generations to potentially take something from and use in their own set.
That was really poetic and really well said.
Thanks. I tried.
UCF Knightraas, final performance of the night, everything on the line. Let's go to their intro video.
Villains don't perceive themselves as wrong. And all heroes do not wear capes. Villains are made, not born. Most times, the villain and the hero's beginnings, unlike their endings, take nearly identical shape and form. You know what they say? If young Metro don't trust you, you better run.
So you think Batman's made Gotham a better place? Look at me. Look at me. You see, this is how crazy Batman's made Gotham. You want order in Gotham. Batman must take off his mask and turn himself in. Oh, and every day he doesn't, people will die. Starting tonight. And here we go.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
All units be alert. The Joker and Harley Quinn have escaped Blackgate.
Access granted.
UCF Knightraas dancing with their entire season on the line, going for the best in program history, left everything on the stage.
They really
right there.
did.
Was that enough, Anand?
That was incredible, and we said it from the first 8 counts. That energy that they have,
Immediately.
and that energy does not die throughout the entire set. That was unreal. Paired with what we just saw, the backdrop falling.
Resilience.
The second that dropped, first you heard a gasp. We were like, wait, what's going on? And then all of a sudden, screaming for them.
Of the crowd.
The crowd really kept them going, and that's the love right there in the circuit that we have.
Again, louder than the set at times.
Oh
louder
my
than
God.
The mix at times.
The second that fell, people were going crazy, and the energy in the dancers just went up double the amount too. I'm blown away. We like actually don't have words for watching that.
I'm gonna be honest. I have some question marks. The canon of the Joker was just it was all over the place. They were pulling from different stories. It lost me. No, it was incredible. That joke didn't hit, but their set.
Sorry, I don't know
absolutely
anything
did
about the
hit.
Joker, so I'm like trying here, but.
Listen, it's all good. I gotta play your audience, right? No, UCF, absolutely incredible. And I asked you before, are they dancing for tonight? Every other team is dancing for tonight.
They
and
are.
That set makes me feel like they took
were.
the time off last week and they're dancing for a postseason.
I feel like I have not seen their practices, but I feel like you could just see how in detail they went with cleaning everything and just really spending the time going
must have been
off.
frustrating.
Like and I've seen them now, I think 3 times in person, and the energy was unmatched of tonight. Like no other weekend for them as compared to this. The cleanliness, none of that is compared. This is wild.
Yeah, and again, start to finish, incredible energy. We pointed out several times.
And that should just be enough to be proud, honestly. Like
and
when they go backstage, they're probably feeling like a little down that their thing fell. They're probably a lot of the dancers who didn't even dance in that region of the stage.
They might not have even known. They just turned around.
They were like, "Why is everything going crazy?"
Like,
okay,
are we already breaking down props? Yeah, I think I've seen in the past malfunctions of that scale.
It's very similar to
GT.
This is
GT at Ross
GT
All-Stars last year, for instance. I really felt like
the same way, the same position that prop fell down, and whoever was there just continued to dance like nothing ever happened.
I felt like that completely derailed the rest of their set, and I feel like today, with so much on the line, it would be so demoralizing to be there, have that fall on you, know what you're fighting for. And I feel like they powered through, and I don't think
it was an incredible recovery. I don't think that this affected their dance.
And I don't know how the judges are going to take it, but as somebody here watching it, to me, that wasn't a story
I feel like we
so
just
close,
witnessed,
but so far that was a story of perseverance.
I feel like we just witnessed an iconic set. People are going to go back to watch this moment.
We didn't talk about it, but I thought in my head, as the last song was happening, this is one of the most impactful sets, not just of the year, but probably of this generation of Ross. The energy that they brought, what they're fighting for, and the resiliency they showed on stage.
And what we were talking about at the start of their set was what UCF is doing that a lot of other teams are doing is going towards the F word, we shall say, and that's fusion. And I personally, I don't think that is a bad thing. I think they do it very tastefully, where they're acting through their dance, and with a theme like theirs, they're really making it work throughout their dance and being innovative.
I typically lean on the other side of that camp, where I think that this is Ross, this is Garba, and we're telling a story through that, and so I usually don't like those segments.
Do you think
and
that
there were a couple of moments here where they stepped out, but I think for me, it was overall an amazing set. Cool. And I don't think the breaks that they took me out of it. And I fall very much on the other side of the camp.
Their gimmicks are very well, even when they slow it down with the bats. The girls.
And I
the
called
second
that out,
the music starts with girls solo, they pick it up and the energy just picks up. And I feel like that's okay because they just showed, we just did a little gimmick here, but now we're going to pop off.
So, I think we can have our debates and we can have our fun, but
we just witnessed an incredible
set. If you're a Knightraas fan, if you're watching their journey, this is a set to be very happy with.
Honestly, I'm a fan of all of these sets. Like, the show flew by. While we were watching these sets, I feel like we were watching like 50%, but we were also 50% talking about like, oh my God, that's cool, that's cool, that's cool.
Pointing things out. If we had
I feel like what all of you guys at home are probably doing as well.
I would hope so.
Yeah, I would hope so too.
That's why we're out here doing what we're doing this year with this, is to try and recreate that experience that we're all already having at home. But
Do you think this was a good way to end the season, this comp?
I think it's been incredible.
I think so too. I feel like Chaos was an incredible way to start off the season. Great teams, great performances, and seeing those some of the same teams again, end the season off. I was like, okay, you guys really showed you can open and close the season for us all really well. Season's not even done yet. We still have one more.
We still have
one more comp
a
left.
national championship. Yeah. So this is, I think, really poetic. Here's a stat that I haven't laid on anybody. I haven't laid on you yet.
Okay.
And I really love this stat. Of all of the placings this year, 7th place has been the one to win the most. I think 6 of our winners this year have come from 7th, 5 or 6, more than any other position. Teams have only won in the first half 5 times this season out of 17 competitions. So 12 times the winner has been in the second half. If you go back to Ross Chaos, how our season started, the team starting first, Texas started first, and they won. And now, when you're coming to the last competition of the regular season, how poetic would it be if UCF closes the last competition of the entire regular season?
Yeah.
That's the one that wins. You start with the win, you end with the win.
That actually be really poetic. That was nice.
That would
You were
be really
thinking
poetic.
about that for a minute.
I
could
want to
tell.
take that back. It took me a while to get there, but I got
Okay.
there. I actually think Texas started second.
Yeah, I was gonna
I'm
say
second-guessing
I was gonna let you
myself.
go with it, but I was like, that's okay. We're not gonna fact check him here.
My goodness, guys, that would have been so beautiful.
And it's still gonna be pretty beautiful.
I'm gonna tell the Ross reps next year when they write the script.
I feel like
to write
we're
that in.
gonna be sitting here for a while talking, so get comfortable because that judge's deliberation is not going to be easy for them.
Yeah.
I feel like they're going to be talking a lot about these sets because, again, they were all incredible, and I can't even imagine being in their shoes, having to take everything into account because there was so much between theme and choreo, and also the execution things that happened again with the prop and falling and whatnot. So.
Oh man, what I wouldn't give to be a fly on the wall of a judge's deliberation, right? And to hear the conversations that
It
they're
would be
having.
really cool if we could get like premium content, and I would honestly pay to listen to our judges meetings every week.
I think
you
it
pay
should
a
be
certain
recorded
amount
and released
and
the next week,
I feel
right?
like Rossaholics around the world would want to hear what goes on in there.
I don't know if judges would like that.
I don't
but
think
hey,
they would. I don't
you
think
know.
the circuit. I don't think RS would like that. So sorry,
you gotta start somewhere, I
Yeah.
think. So, hey, go for it. But yeah, this competition's been incredible, start to finish. And again, there's so much on the line here, and that's what I love. When you're just like any other sport, as you get towards the end of the season,
It
you really
becomes-
start to see the picture form. And I think tonight's the culmination of that. It has to be. It's the last comp of the season. And there was a lot to play for.
And you can really see that through these last couple weeks that people have gotten comfortable in their moves. I feel like the first couple competitions, you still might see the energy in the first couple competitions of the season might be a little bit lower in some, right? And then when you see it now with even just the crowd so hyped and people are comfortable with their moves that they're just popping off. Every last dancer on stage is dancing like they're on Dancing with the Stars.
What it feels like to me, because my whole dancing career was pre-COVID, and being a big fan of the scene at that time. And I remember when COVID happening and RAS getting canceled, the following season getting canceled, I really was worried for the scene.
Yeah.
And coming back last year, there were some strong teams, but now coming back this year, it feels like it's in a place better than ever before.
I'm really intrigued to see how the future of the circuit even grows, just because, again, like we've said, the innovation and the young generation picking up what we've been doing and just shifting it is going to be incredible to see.
All right, well, on your screen now, voting for paper plates. I'm here to explain it to you because I know you guys couldn't hear the host, but it's essentially your superlatives. Scan that QR code, vote for. I actually don't know what the categories are, so we'll scan here along with you guys at home and go through it and see exactly what's going on here. So best boys solo, best girls solo, best costumes. It's got to be. There's a lot of good costumes here. UCF,
There's
I
a
think,
lot of good
was on
costumes.
point, but there were a lot of good ones.
I
Best
honestly
intro
loved
video.
Fatakada's costumes. I
Yeah.
love the use of black and Raas costumes. I mean, I'm biased with that because mine were also black, but they were awesome.
Best intro video. I'm going to give my flowers to UC Berkeley here. I thought last year their intro video was the best in the scene, and when we did our votes at the end of the year, I don't think they got enough love. I think UCB had the best intro video last year. And this year, why not? I'll give them flowers this year. Best mix, the final category. So to vote for your superlatives, the QR code is no longer on your screen, but luckily on YouTube you can rewind. So do that, scan, vote, give your input. Yeah, and the night's not over. We still got 2 more exhibition performances. UMD Bhangra coming up now, and then followed by Maryland Dhoom. 2 exhibitions. We'll step away, and when we return, we get to break down everything we just saw, what it means for the future, and have some conversations with a couple of more fun people here today.
I got your back, just like a turtle shell. Nobody do it better. All my brothers tryna get some cheddar. We all want our cut like the shredder. Me and my bros come together for the dough. Bought the orange Lamborghini, call it Michelangelo. With the nunchuck dough, and I'm pulling up slow. When we fall up in the party, they know anything goes. Check my Rolex, it say I'm the man of the hour. All this green in my pockets, you can call it turtle power.
Just next door.
Let me hear y'all make some noise for Maryland Bhangra. So next up, we want to show you guys a video of a charity organization that we at Maryland Masti work very closely with. A lot of our funding from here and all the money that we receive will also be going to them as well. So if you guys could all watch the video that's about to come up, it'll teach you guys a little about what they do.
माझं नाव मधुसूदन कुमार पोपटराव सोनवणे. मम्मी आशा कार्यकर्ता आहे आणि मोठा भाऊ इंजिनियर आहे.
என் பேர் ஆண்டனி ஃப்ரான்சிஸ் சைன். நான் ராணுவத்திலேருந்து வரேன். அப்பா அம்மா விவசாயம் பார்க்குறாங்க.
নমস্কাৰ, মোৰ নাম সৈয়দ মাজিদুল ইছলাম. স্কুলৰ বাহিৰেও আজি মই দিনটো আহি দেউতাৰ লগত মাছ মাৰিব গ'লোঁ. দেউতাৰ লগত মাছ মাৰি আহি বৰ ভাল লাগিল মাছ মাৰি. ইমান ডাঙৰ মাছ পালোঁ.
मेरा नाम वाहिद रज़ा. मैं बिहार के सीतामढ़ी ज़िले के रहने वाला हूँ. मैं अपनी पढ़ाई अपने गांव से ही स्टार्ट किया था.
मेरा नाम संगीता मालवी है. मैं ग्राम श्यामपुर में जिला सीहोर में रहती हूँ. मेरे 2 बच्चे हैं छोटे छोटे.
प्रथम वर्ष तो बहुत किसी चेंज कर किसी जानू नु कहवाक गले आम जी घर कम करूँ माति रोलु घर कम ही छुआ मान प्रति मजा स्कूल तो जाइए तेणुक पिला पढ़े पार्लू माँ मैंने पिला पढ़ाई सहित निजे पढ़ी पार्छु.
இங்கே பிரதமில் இருந்த எல்லா ஸ்டாஃப்ஸுமே ஹெல்ப் பண்ணாங்க. டூ வீலர் டைமில் எதுவுமே தெரியாமல் இருந்தேன். இந்த வீலை கழட்டணும்னா அப்படி எப்படி கழட்டுறது, அந்த டூல்ஸ் என்ன நம்பரு, அது எதுவுமே தெரியாது. இங்கே ட்ரைனிங் வந்ததுக்கப்புறம் அது எல்லாமே தெரிஞ்சிச்சு.
क्योंकि मैं 8वीं तक पढ़ी लिखी थी तो मैं जॉब नहीं कर सकती थी.
फिर कंटिन्यू 2 महीना तक वर्क करने के बाद प्रथम द्वारा हमें रेस्क्यू किया गया. फिर मेरा फिर से एडमिशन करवाया गया और उसके बाद मैंने अपनी पढ़ाई फिर से स्टार्ट की.
पण ज्यावेळेस प्रथमने समजा टॅबलेट दिले, टॅब दिल्यामुळं सगळे मुलं एकत्र जमायला लागली. सगळ्यांनी एकत्र अभ्यास केला.
முன்னாடி சும்மா தான் இருப்பேன், லேசியாக இருந்தது. இப்போ கொஞ்சம் ஃபோக்கஸ்டாக ஒர்க் பண்ணுவேன்.
আজি নতুন গণিত শিকিলোঁ. অলপ অলপ নাজানিলোঁ, নাজানতে অলপ অলপ জানিলোঁ এতিয়া.
पहले मेरे में अपने अंदर कॉन्फिडेंस नहीं था, लेकिन अब इतना मतलब अभी बहुत ही कॉन्फिडेंस है. पहले मैं 10 आदमी के सामने बोल नहीं पाता था, लेकिन अब मतलब भीड़ों में बोल सकता हूँ.
पहले मुझे लगता था मैं कुछ नहीं कर सकती, ये सब मेरे से नहीं हो पाएगा, लेकिन अब मैं पढ़ने के बाद मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि मैं हाँ सब कुछ कर सकती हूँ और मतलब ये जो मुझे करना है वो मैं करके दिखा सकती हूँ.
நான் இன்னும் டூ வீலர் பற்றி நிறைய கற்றுக்க வேண்டியது இருக்குது. அதெல்லாம் கற்றுக்கிட்டு ஒரு 3-4 வருஷத்தில் போனால் ஊரில் கடை வைக்கிற மாதிரி இருக்கேன்.
মই ডাঙৰ কামাণ্ডো চাকৰি এটা বিচাৰোঁ ডাঙৰ.
प्रथम के सपोर्ट से ही मैंने क्लास 8 में स्टेट लेवल का एग्ज़ाम क्रैक किया था. मैं +2 के बाद IIT से अपनी ग्रेजुएशन पूरी करना चाहता हूँ और उसके बाद मैं सिविल सर्विस की तैयारी करना चाहता हूँ.
सेकंड चांस से मैंने 10वीं पास की है. अब मैं और आगे चल के मतलब नर्स बनना चाहती हूँ और मेरे बच्चों के पालन पोषण के लिए कोई नौकरी मिल जाएगी तो वो करूँगी मैं.
माझे स्वप्न हेच आहे की मी आता सध्याला BScला आहे, मला इंजिनिअरिंग करायची आहे आणि जेव्हा माझ्या हातात डिग्री येईल की जेणेकरून आपल्याला मला अशी गाडी बनवायची आहे का जेणेकरून जे शेतकरी वर्ग असतो
ମୁଁ ବି ଚାହୁଁଛି ମୁଁ ଯେମିତି ମୋ ଛୁଆର ଉନ୍ନତି ଚାହୁଁଛି ପାଠ ପଢ଼ାରେ ହଉ. ହଁ କ'ଣ କରିବେ, ସେ ପାଠ ପଢ଼ିକି ତାଙ୍କ ବଡ଼ ହେଲା ପରେ ତାଙ୍କର ତ ଗୋଟେ ମନ ଅଛି ନା, ସିଏ ଯାହା ଚାହିଁବେ.
This is an amazing organization, as you can all see. So if you ever get the chance, please take the time to look them up and learn more about their story. Next up, we have another amazing dance team from Maryland for you all. Please help me welcome Maryland Dhoom.
So still know that you can, the magic you began. Let's show, break out, come on, walk together, let's hear it.
दीवाना दिल इस दुनिया का क्या है पता है फकीरा दिल ये खुदा भी मिल जाए तो क्या थोड़ी मनमानियाँ हो दूर परेशानियाँ हो जाके दुनिया से कह दो जरा बेफिक्रा भी होना जरूरी है बेफिक्री में खोना जरूरी है बेईमानियाँ हो दूर परेशानियाँ हो जाके दुनिया से कह दो जरा बेफिक्रा भी होना जरूरी है बेफिक्री में खोना जरूरी थोड़ी बेईमानियाँ हो दूर परेशानियाँ हो जाके दुनिया से कह दो जरा
घूमे गोरी चली कहाँ चोरी चोरी हवा से है बंदी डोरी रे चलियों में भागती सोती न जागती झूठती आंधती रातों में चांदनी है चांद पीछे पड़ा चलियों में भागती सोती न जागती झूठती आंधती रातों में चांदनी है चांद पीछे पड़ा घूमे गोरी चली कहाँ चोरी चोरी हवा से है बंदी डोरी रे शर्म छोड़ी थोड़ी थोड़ी नैनों की है बोली छोड़ी बेशर्मी करने दे
Hair go long like Chia, money go long like Nia. I am the big idea. My twins big like Tia. My twins big like Tia Tamara. Why Tia Tamara? Why Tia Tamara? Why Tia Tamara? Hair go long like Chia, money go long like Nia. I am the big idea. My twins big like Tia. My twins big like Tia Tamara. Why Tia Tamara? Why Tia Tamara? Why Tia Tamara? I just made 100K in 2 weeks, little. Do you need me to pull it up? Big black truck and we pulling up. She drank so much now she throwing it up, but we don't give a we still rolling it up. I got a lot of money, but a lot ain't enough. Park where I bought, they ain't towing us. I make the jokes, you ain't trolling us. My neck is on ice, you ain't cold as us. And when we hop out, yo, you know it's us.
Feeling lucky, punk?
Nothing can stop me. Nothing can stop me. I'm all the way up. All the way up. I'm all the way up. I'm all the way up. Nothing can stop me. I'm all the way up.
ಸೋಕಮ ಗಿರ್ಗಲ್ಬಿಟ್ಟ ಬ್ರೇಕಮ್ಮ ಕೈಲಾಸ போய் வருவ ஸ்கெட்சே ரொம்ப சார்பமா பண்டி கில்வன் பண்டி மெட்டா பண்டி தௌலத் பண்டி ஆனாலும் ஸ்கெட்சா போட்டு தூக்குமா
Let me hear y'all make some noise for Maryland Dhoom.
My name is Ami.
Hi guys, I'm Om.
And my name is Vivek. And we are your MM16 mixer chairs. So, as of last night, we had our mixer casino night. And we are here tonight to tell y'all who is the best with their money. So, starting off in third place in how they came in with all of their winnings from our casino night. Let me get a drum roll, please. We have Michigan, Wolveraas. So, Michigan, what will you get for this third place winning? We have for you a certificate that says you are honestly just kind of good with your money.
Up next, the team that ended the night with the second most amount of money is, drum roll please, GT Ramblin Raas. Please send someone up to collect your prize.
Usually, we would announce who's going first next. But we wanted to put a little twist on things. And so what we did was we counted who made the least amount of money. And we wanted to give that team a little bit of a gift. So, to the team that made the least amount of money, we're presenting a book, How to Manage Your Money Like an Adult. And this goes to, drumroll please, BU Fatakada. Read it, please.
Last but not least, the team that proved to be the best gamblers and ended the night with the most amount of money is, drum roll please, UConn Thunderaas!
All right. Thank you very much. We hope all the teams had a great time at our mixer night. And we hope you all had a wonderful time seeing all the teams perform tonight as well. Let me hear some noise for all the teams here.
Teams, make some noise if you liked our mixer. Thanks for having us, guys.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for coming out to watch our show. We really appreciate it, and we want to take a few moments to thank all the hardworking people who made this competition weekend possible.
Firstly, we would like to extend a huge thanks to all of our family, friends, as well as our wonderful liaisons and volunteers. We would not be here without all of your support and help over the past couple months.
We would like to thank all of those who performed today and congratulate all the dancers and singers on their amazing performances in tonight's competition.
We want to give a thank you to our awesome sponsors, our charity Pratham USA, our venue Public Playhouse, for hosting Maryland Masti this year. There's also a couple special shout outs we would like to give to people in the audience. And first is to our director from Maryland Masti 14, Manalini.
Mernalini was actually the director of our freshman year in our first competition, so we've come a long way. Secondly, a special shout out to the director of Maryland Masti 13, my sister, Himali Rami. Thank you both for your advice and continued support, and for coming to support Masti in our first in-person competition back.
There's also two other directors we would like to thank, and that is Anjali and Srijay, and those are our Those were our directors from Maryland Masti 15, and honestly, we couldn't have done any of this without them. So we have a special gift for them. So if both directors could get on stage. These are the gifts that we have for you. Hopefully you sleep on them.
These two were the directors of Maryland Masti 15, a competition that we were unable to fully realize in person due to the COVID-19 pandemic. However, regardless, they continued to work hard and set Masti up for success in the following years. And without their efforts, we would not have been able to have such a successful Masti weekend.
And last but not least, we would like to thank our wonderful, wonderful board. We could have not done it without you guys, so can I please get a round of applause for our wonderful board?
Our board has worked tirelessly to bring this competition to life, and we are incredibly proud of what they have accomplished. So with that being said, let's go ahead and introduce the board.
Good times, there's gonna be good times, good times.
Right now, yeah, I'm both. Yeah, I had a drink, yeah, I smoke. Yeah, you think I need you, but I don't. Just left out Dubai with all my folk. Open water, my location is remote. Shout out Yachty, but this ain't a little boat. This some shit I wrote about when I was broke. See, the power of the mind is not a joke. Man, I said that I would do it and I did. Used to get leftovers out the fridge. Nobody was famous where I live. Till I got it jumping at the crib. Took a lot to be able to give. I mean, I don't usually do this unless I'm drunk or I'm high, but I'm both right now. Got me talking about my life. I don't usually do this unless I'm drunk or I'm high, but I'm both right now. I don't usually do this unless I'm drunk or I'm high, but I'm both right now and I need you in my life. I don't usually do this unless I'm drunk or I'm high, but I'm both right now.
2 exhibitions done.
Mm-hmm.
8 teams in the books. I should say 3 exhibitions because UMD started. And
That's
it
right.
has been an incredible ride, and someone who's captured a lot of the rides along the way this entire season with me, the beautiful man from the tall photographer from BKB, Anna Devakar, is with me now.
How's it going, guys?
What's going on, man?
I'm enjoying it. This is my first comp that I've kind of experienced without having to, take pictures and whatnot.
You're
and
here just like Kat. You were with me at Mixer yesterday,
Mhm.
and we had to give you a camera, even though you weren't here to shoot because you didn't know what to do with your hands.
Oh yeah, I'm always used to running around with something like that. So being without a camera felt very awkward to me.
Yeah.
But I had a good time. I didn't take many pictures, but I had a great time.
Well, listen. So a lot of people know what it's like to be at a comp from the perspective of a dancer or as an audience member, depending on who's watching this. What's your perspective as a photographer? I mean, you get to see all of the teams close up. What's going through your head?
That is true. So when I first came into the circuit, I
When was
didn't know
that?
anything about it. That was last year.
So let's go over. So you came into the circuit last year, no dance
Zero.
experience before that. Never did Ross.
Never did
and
Ross.
Then you went to Ross All Stars last year.
Didn't know what Ross was, I'll be
Yeah.
completely honest. Yeah, so I did BKB, then I went to All Stars last year too.
What a journey. Straight from BKB to All Stars,
Straight from
huh?
BKB to All Stars, which was very surprising, I'm not going to lie.
The only tech team to make it to All Stars is the media team.
That is true. That is true.
Love my team. No shade to them. So go ahead.
Hey, go Hokies.
But this year you've done a lot more.
Yeah, I've been doing a lot more comps this year. It's been an interesting ride because I've started to get a lot more involved with the circuit, and I've started to learn a lot more about the art form itself. And I've genuinely started to enjoy it, and I'm kind of addicted, I have to say.
Kind of addicted.
Just
so
a little bit.
People like me and Anand and Shaakir, we've all gone through our entire college career, in love with the scene. Do you now feel like you're kind of a member of the scene? How open, I guess, has the scene been to you as somebody coming in from the outside?
Oh,
as a photographer
incredibly
this year?
open. There's one thing that I can say that I love about this whole scene is that people are passionate about what they do.
Yeah.
They kind of open up with welcome arms and kind of let me in, taught me a lot of things. You especially at RCR, you kind of helped me a lot with understanding.
That was the first time we met. We were both at BKB together, but we really
worked a
didn't
bunch
meet
of
until
comps.
RCR.
Yeah. And then you kind of explained a whole lot to me, and I kind of learned a lot more. And now I'm been following that every weekend. I'm like, oh, what's the score? Who won? So it's the genuine passion from everyone involved in the circuit has got me more involved every comp I go to.
I'm really glad. This friendship of ours, I think, has been really, really nice.
Oh, no,
I was very excited. I was very excited to be at Masti and to do this, but I was also very excited to be at Masti and get to hang out
Exactly, yeah. I mean, because we need to hang out a lot more, I'll tell you that much.
with you.
at least,
Well,
yeah.
you're from tech, I'm from tech, but we didn't really overlap when we were at tech.
Yeah,
So
at
now
least in
this
scenes and what we used to do back
in
then.
scenes and ages. So now it's weird because it's like we should have known each other before, but it's
Oh,
like this
absolutely.
weird outside scene that's coming in and bringing people together like that.
Yeah.
That's what it's all about.
It's a great time. It's a great time.
All right, so you had a complaint with me or to me earlier where you said people only know me as the tall photographer from BKB. And so, I mean, I want to give you your flowers, Arnav. You're a fantastic photographer.
Thank you very much.
The way that you shoot and the way that you approach photography is inspiring to me as someone who's always been historically not great behind a camera. But I look great in front of a camera when it's you.
Oh, come on, man.
It's great.
I genuinely appreciate it. But your live streams are killing it.
I appreciate
Everyone
it.
loves
Let's hand the
it.
flowers all the way around.
Oh,
Where,
no,
bring Rohan and
Oh, no,
Arshad
yeah,
here.
yeah,
Come on,
yeah,
let's
yeah.
shoot CJ. We'll give them some love, too.
The team here, too, is absolutely incredible. I've seen them running around up and down the aisles, taking some fire pictures.
So what have you been doing today since you're not doing photography?
I've been helping out with pretty much a lot of media-related stuff.
Brought me
especially,
my water.
Doing a lot of front row, so I've been kind of sitting in the front.
Front row, yeah.
Just kind of moving the
Let
camera
him know
around.
how he did when you watched the front row later.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Anything, like feedbacks,
Front row,
DM
back
me,
row
hit
will,
me up,
will all
anything.
be out on
yeah.
Srijay's channel.
I do believe so. Yeah. It'll be a fun time.
So you've taken a lot of cool photos this year. What's been your favorite? We actually had somebody come into our hotel room last night, and
Oh, yeah.
it was a photo of him jumping over. It was Yash from
Yeah, it was Yash from
RAGA.
Entouraas, right?
From
Entouraas.
Entouraas? From
Yeah.
Entouraas,
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
because they're not dancing today. And in the Entouraas bit where the guys jumped
They
over
jump
the girls'
over, yeah, yeah.
shoulders.
That by far is one of the top. I'd say probably top 3 pictures I've taken.
Good photo.
It's a great photo,
It's a
but I think
fantastic photo.
honestly all my favorite photos that I've taken so far were all in my last comp at RCR.
Yeah.
The lighting, just everything kind of just worked
You can
out
see,
perfectly.
if you go to his profile and you look at the RCR photos, you can see like the smoke in the background,
Yeah,
and the
yeah,
light
yeah.
bouncing off that.
It
Just, like,
was
so much separation.
Yeah, the stage was beautiful, and like people, like the dancers brought it there too.
You know what would make this bit actually a good bit, like a good segment, is if I had your photos here to show. 'Cause right now we're just describing your photos, and you and I have seen them, and I love them.
I'll send them over, and then we can like figure
See if we can
something
get 'em
out.
on the stream.
Yeah.
Where can people find you at? Because they need to.
So I'm on Instagram. It's like literally my name, Arnav Devakar. Just follow me there. Most of my stuff's on there. Yeah, pretty much everything's on there. My photos from like the stuff that I take for myself, the stuff that I take for comps, the stuff I take for other clients, grad shoots, all that kind of stuff. It's all on my Instagram. So follow me there.
Give them some love. All right, man. I'll let you get out of here and escape. But thanks for coming on.
I
I'll
appreciate
see you in
for
a little
having
bit.
me, and I'll see you in a little bit. We'll have a great time tonight.
All right, when we come back, we got some, hopefully we got some dancers lined up and ready to go as well, and we'll get to chat to them ahead of placing. So don't go anywhere. Stick with us.
All right, next up on that list was Best Girls Solo. Best Girls Solo goes to RAGA. All right, next up was Best Costumes. Best Costumes goes to UCF Knightraas. All right, fourth we have Best Intro Video. Best Intro Video goes to RAGA. And last but not least, we have Best Mix. Best Mix Award goes to RAGA. Thank you.
Okay, so you might have noticed house lights are going on. That's because we're going to take a big group photo of the audience. So Rohan, our photographer, one of our photographers, we also have Harsh here. Rohan's going to take this photo. They're going to take a photo. All right. So yeah, just try to look like you're having fun, like you're at a dance competition. All right. We're doing one more. Cool, you've been a great audience. Give yourselves a round of applause. All right. Do I know any jokes? Probably not for this crowd. Do you guys want a joke? All right. So I heard about this guy who's just obsessed.
he was obsessed with stealing trains. And so he stole a train. He derailed it. He ended up, causing a lot of damage. And they put him up for the death penalty. They put him in the electric chair. It didn't work. And because he had already committed the crime, he already got his punishment, they let him go. He decided to steal another train, caused a bunch of catastrophic damage. And again, they gave him the electric chair, didn't work, got set free. Did it a third time, and they tried it again, didn't work, electric chair was just not working. Then they just realized he was a bad conductor. Thank you. That's all for me.
What an awesome joke. Thank you. Okay. It is no secret that we are currently stalling for time, but we're going to try and keep it fresh. So we know other comps have done dance-offs in the past, but a captain's dance-off is a little too cliche. So could every team send their favorite freshman up? Yeah. Let's get these newbies in here. Show them some love. Get them up on the stage. Could you just put this back or hold it? Thank you. Oh, yeah. You guys can come around the sides and come out on stage. Come around the sides. Go around the sides.
All right, sitting with me. If my mic is on and loud enough,
Yep.
We'll have to see. That's been the constant struggle today. Sitting with me now, one of the grand sets of the night, Georgia Tech. We got Spars joining us for up here on the in the broadcast booth on this lifted floor. You had to climb a ladder up here. Were you concerned? Like, were you tired from dancing or anything like that?
No, it's been a while since our performance, but thanks for having me here.
Rest, man. I'm so glad you're able to come on. Dude, how are you feeling? Last comp in the books, you guys had an incredible set. We don't know the results yet, but that set was absolutely amazing. So, what's the emotions now in the GT
Yeah,
camp?
I mean, this was my last big comp of the season. Obviously, we have nationals coming up, but I had so much fun on stage. It's always great to enjoy this dance, put on stage like all the hard work you've been putting during practice. So yeah, it's just great. The whole team is having fun during props breakdown and vibing, and we're all loose now. All the stress that built up is all out, and we've danced, and now it's just now we just wait and see.
I can still feel like the excitement like radiating off of you.
Yeah.
I felt like when you guys went off stage, it was like genuine joy and excitement to be up there. Like that came through for sure.
We always love dancing. We try to showcase how much fun we're having.
It makes all of the practices worth it in a sense, right?
Yeah.
How tough are those practices?
Yeah, I mean, lately we've been having, extra practices or like just adding a little bit of time at the end of practice to get that last rep in, make sure everything's locked in.
Do you think that's been a difference maker this year?
Yeah, definitely. The captains have been doing a great job of like making sure we're tracking like all the changes that we're trying to make and like hitting all the formations and trying to do our best without overstraining our dancers. So yeah, it's been really good. Yeah.
So you started dancing, was it in 21 or 20?
I started dancing in 21. I joined right at the start of COVID. So actually 20, and that was when Rova, Saloni, and Nandan were captains. Shout out to them.
School year?
Yes, that was school. Right after school.
Right
year.
after school.
Yeah.
Okay.
Shout out to them for holding the team together and like bringing us through COVID and like keeping us dancing. That's where I learned all about Raas. So
it's been awesome to watch like the journey of Georgia Tech as a team.
Yeah.
Because I mean, it's been progressively getting better and better, right? Like the first two seasons, coming in and getting to bid competitions pretty much right away and then scoring points. Year 4, getting into RAS, and then COVID happened. But last year, going back, this year now, 12 bid points. That's a program record. I mean,
definitely, we're really happy about it. It all started. Well, I mean, this team has been around for a while, but you know, our 3 captains, Bhavik, Sanika, Suhani, like, you know, sticking with the team for 3 years, bringing us through the like Ross Carlton year and Monopoly and then school year, finally making it to RAS, and then COVID hit. So I was like, oh man,
it's brutal. But now they can watch as alum and know that they're the reasons that this has happened.
Yep. Yeah. And they've helped us out. They've helped our captains out, and like, having alum that are helping us out is like amazing. It's been great to ask them for advice, and you know they've been through it, so they know what to say.
So one of the big questions that I had like coming in here is for a team like Georgia Tech, like you, UConn, RAGA, already through to Ross All-Stars.
Yeah.
I was wondering, what are the conversations you guys are having behind the scenes? Like, how much were you guys going to give to this competition? How much are you saving for Ross All-Stars? So I don't know how much you can tell me, but how much did you show us from last time? Because you made changes. So how much of the Ross All-Star set do we see?
Yeah, so I mean, we're pretty much we made a lot of changes. We wanted to come out strong. We're really trying to get, you know, that like increase that point record for our team.
Yeah.
Have as many points as possible because we're in a great position this year. But we'll see. We might have some things planned for RAS, but as always, it's always important to, you know, stick with a lot of the things and keep repping and make sure we execute well too. So it's a balance between, you know, making changes and really repping the things you already have that are good. So
yeah, man. Well, the progression of Georgia Tech's been incredible. Y'all's season this year has been incredible. Did you have any moments throughout this season where it felt like it wasn't going to be possible? Did stuff come up and really come in, or was it smooth sailing? Your laugh makes me feel like it was not smooth sailing.
For me personally, over the summer I was doing an internship and working a lot, and or during the summer we usually start learning choreo. And I remember coming into our first practice not knowing any of the choreo, and the rest of the team already knew everything, and I was learning. And that first beat that we have in our Garba song, it took me about 2 weeks to actually get that down. It was so hard, and I was just like, at some point I was like, how am I ever going to get this choreo? But captains really pulled through. They did like extra practices with me and stuff, and yeah, shout out to them for doing that. They're good at teaching, and they've really like grown a lot through the whole way. So yeah, thanks to that.
It's awesome. So this year has been really strong for you guys. You've been to, 5 comps?
Yep.
Chaos last year, 4 this year, which is a hectic schedule. Which team has been your favorite to compete against?
Oh,
this is a heavy loaded question. I didn't give you any warning.
So all of the teams in this circuit are like super competitive and in like a really healthy way. Like we see each other coming on and off of stage, and it's like, yo, you guys, yeah, exactly, optimize, get all the props off. But like as we're seeing people passing, it's like you guys killed it. But like I think like my favorite team to compete against is RAGA. I mean, especially this year with having the same theme.
It's such a historic year, and then you have the same team, I should say.
Exactly. And so like we're like on the come up, and they're such friendly competition. Like, you know, I see them at after party and stuff, and they're like, "Yo, we're coming for you guys next time. Like, we're rooting for y'all, but we're coming for y'all."
That's what I love to see.
Yeah, exactly. It's really friendly competition, and it's interesting to always see like the creative ways that different teams interpret different, like even the same theme. Like you see like how our gimmicks are different, and like each one has a unique twist to it. So watching that is always really hype, and yeah, it's awesome.
Well, congratulations, man, for all of the Ramblin Rosters out there who stuck with you guys from like 2017 and now are sitting here as you know, one of the top dog teams in the circuit this year.
We'll see about that.
What do you have to say to all the alum and all the parents and everybody supporting you guys tonight?
I mean, it's core. It's critical to everything that we're doing. Like, as students, we're college students. We all have homework to do. We all have sleep to get, which we don't always get. You
Never
know?
get that.
But having the family, having the team, the alum, everyone, like our whole support system, like it's really critical to bringing us to this point that we're at. I mean, without them, we wouldn't be able to they're our compass. You know, they're showing us where to go. They're guiding us along, and they're supporting us. Like the whole structure of the team relies on them. All this like flawlessness that we work among. It's just them supporting and allowing us to focus on specializing in really doing this.
Yeah.
So, yeah, thank you to everyone for that.
All right, that was supposed to be my last question, but that did remind me. And there were at some points in here while you guys were dancing that I felt like the crowds and the cheers were louder than the mix itself. So is that like, I mean, when you're really tired, how much of an extra boost does that really give you? I mean, does it make a difference?
I mean, yeah, it's amazing. Like having the crowd cheer for you, you're really pushing on your last breath and like pushing. You hear the crowd cheer and like all of a sudden you're fresh. Like you're totally refreshed. You're dancing and you're ready to like hit that next move really hard. It's definitely hard sometimes like not hearing the mix and like you know you have to count in your head and you have to make sure that you're like hitting the beats right and stuff, which is not always easy to do. Maybe we had a little bit of trouble with that today, but always like we try to remember to like count in our heads if that ever is the case and get that through. But always we love the crowd cheering for us. It really gets us through the set, and it's great to have that adrenaline boost.
Well, man, thanks for hopping on and talking with me. And
Thank you.
Look, man, everyone's rooting for you guys at RAS, as are we're rooting for the other teams.
Thanks, Shaq. Love it.
But I'm really, as somebody. I mean, Virginia Tech, the mall started the same time as Georgia Tech, Ramblin Raas, and watching that journey alongside and now being able to chat with you here, it's been a really great journey. Pass that message along to the rest of the team, man, and good luck for placings, man.
Of course, man, and I appreciate your live streams. They're amazing. I mean, as you guys can tell, look at this setup. It's great.
Wow, thank you very much. Everybody's getting flowers. All right, we're going to step away. When we come back, we got another dancer up, and then we get to dive into, hopefully, fingers crossed, placings. Don't go anywhere.
Hi everyone, my name is Ricky and this is Siddhi, and I'm here to represent Ross All-Stars. I'm so excited to be here in College Park at Masti. All the teams here are competing to work towards one final goal, to go to RAS, the National Championship. This year, RAS will be celebrating its 15th year, and for the first time in history, showcasing the top 9 teams who will be competing for the title of National Champion. A new star will rise on April 8th in Chicago, Illinois, and we can't wait for you guys to join us. Today we'll be awarding first, second, and third place with 4, 2, and 1 bid point stars to RAS. On behalf of Ross All-Stars Board, we want to thank Masti for hosting a phenomenal competition. We would like to present them with this bid point star, bid comp star. Would the directors please come on stage? Are the judges here? Are the judges here? Oh, what the heck? What do you think? Where's the judges?
Hello, hello. Okay, this time I promise it's for real. Can we get the seniors and captains of each team on stage, please? Let's go, come on. Oh, okay, wait. Can we take the stairs like civilized people, please? That way and that way, not this way. Thank you.
everyone. I just wanted to take a moment to thank all the wonderful judges who have, spent their time here and came out here to see all these wonderful performances. So I'll start out by calling them one by one, and please cheer for them. Okay, first judge, Nisarg Shah. Second, Arjun Puri. Then Neil Shah. Then Divya Kaluri. Parth Tandon. And finally, Videsh Chatvar. All right, clap everyone. And we have something little for you. Thank you so much for taking the time. We really appreciate it. You guys are what makes Maryland Musty really great. So we really appreciate having you here. Okay, I guess we can start with placings.
Third place.
All right. In third place, we have UConn Thunderaas.
Is that hot?
Hello? Wait, is it on? I'll wait for them to. Jump. Let's do it. Okay.
Ready?
Oh, that close? Okay. Thank you. All right, all right. In second place, we have.
Are You RAGA?
We should go off that way. Okay. Give him his keys, the kid in the white jacket. Hey, it's
We still gotta announce the last place.
We'll do it together.
Yeah, we'll do it together. Can I get a drum roll, please? You have to remember that. Okay.
In first place, can we get a drum roll?
One for the rest. One for the rest. Open up the mics on. I think so.
All right.
All right, who's ready to hear who's in first place? All right.
In first place.
Can we get a drum roll, please?
3, 2, 1.
GT Ramblin Raas!
competition and the end of the RAS 15 season. We hope to see you at nationals.
The scenes from College Park, Maryland, post placings. 8 teams came to gamble at Las Vegas, and only 3 of them walk away victorious.
All right, guys, thank you so much for coming.
And thank you guys so much for supporting our great teams.
This is officially the end of our competition of Maryland Masti 16, and I guess the RAS 15 season. We'll see you at nationals.
And so the incredible journey comes to an end with Georgia Tech Ramblin Raas taking the top spot after what has been a historic season for their program. 16 points after that win, the most of any team this season, as they take first place not just today, not just at several other comps this season, but for the entirety of the 22-23 heading into Ross All-Stars as the #1 overall seed. And something that has been incredibly well-deserved with the journey of that team. 6 years from starting to on top, and now just one more mantle left to claim.
Thanks everybody for coming. If you can
for
all help,
this
just
team.
pick up any trash as opposed to leaving it on the ground.
Second place going
that would help out
to RAGA,
quite a bit.
adding 2 more
Thanks so
points
much.
to their already 100 total bid points of all time, being one of the most winningest teams that we have ever seen, adding yet another to their tally tonight. Taking that energy to Ross All-Stars, picking up that trophy. And third place, UConn Thunderaas. As we saw the scenes, 1 point towards their Ross All-Stars bid. And they already knew they were locked in before. And this just adds fuel to the fire. These 3 teams have swapped positions all season long. They've met each other time and time again. They've won to each other. They've lost to each other. And they'll do it one more time in about a month in Chicago at the National Championship for the Ultimate Trophy.
Again, ladies and gentlemen,
And
as
for
you
the
exit,
remaining
please
5
help out
teams,
the
some of
public playhouse
them
and pick up any
heartbreak
trash you might see in the
for
aisles.
the likes of UCF who came and they have conquered. And unfortunately for them, this is where their season ends after an incredible set that showed tremendous resilience and exactly what a team can do. It's been a night of the underdogs, really. And also with these results, we can congratulate Northeastern Entouraas, who were not here tonight, as they've now officially secured their Ross All-Star bid. We can congratulate CMU, an iconic giant within the Ross scene, on their first year back from that COVID break, having not competed last year, making it back to the ultimate stage, to the national championship on their first go here. And CMU gets to return to the stage they feel so comfortable at, and that is Ross All-Stars. UF and Michigan Wolveraas settle with just 2 points in the season. BU and UCB add another rep, another bid competition to their tally in the programs they're trying to build. This night has been incredible. The season has been filled with brand new stories, brand new teams, underdogs top dogs, Davids and Goliaths from all across the country. As you can see, the 6-foot-tall massive trophy. And it's been an incredible night. So as we wind down the festivities here in College Park at Las Vegas, I want to thank you all for taking time out of your Saturday night to spend it with me, to indulge me in what has been an incredible season. Love from all of the board goes your way, who've worked incredibly hard to put together Maryland Masti. From the entire media team, from Arnav, he was here earlier, Rohit, from Arsh, from Srijay, who coordinated all of us as well. We thank you guys for taking time out. And we, of course, congratulate Georgia Tech Ramblin Raas, a program record 16 points this season. An incredible story from rags to riches. This has been Maryland Masti.
Stars have shined. History made. Welcome to a new season. Welcome to XP.
Take a seat, let's stay out of reach. World is mine, I ain't claiming a piece. Throne is mine, but I stay on my feet. Locked and loaded, I pray that you get low. If you rollin', I pray you don't get cold. Is you ready for war, my brother? Is you ready for war, my brother?
Backing, they backing up.